Hello? Hello? Hi everyone! Hi Josh, hi Lee, hi Chika and Ramen who have gone to dinner. I don't have... Oops, let me wake up my Switch. Hello. I don't have a lot to say before we get into this, to be honest. I believe we finished all of the escapades that we're up to, according to Cheeky at least, who seems to know a fair bit about them. Oh my god, double audio. It scares me every time. Alright. Okay, how's everyone's day? Is everyone pogging? I accomplished a little bit today. I set up a new channel redeem. I think it's cute. So hopefully we'll get to see that tonight. What else? So my brain is working so slowly tonight. Anyway, I figure let's just get into it. I am absolutely desperate to see what happens next. Hopefully that you'll able to redeem it. Hog. Okay, can we actually load a save? Please, please, please. Ah! Okay, right away. We got a little guy. Let me make it big. Ta-da! I worked fast on it today. The coat! The horns! I wanted to give it little like fluffy woolly bits, but it was too much. It wasn't working. So we went for simple. Got a little bell around the neck. I'm glad you guys like it. We're pogging! We have a little ram cell. And we just need Ali to come by and appreciate it, since Ali is the ram lover. Your hair being kind of wild is also a really cute touch. Thank you! I'm glad you noticed. It's actually really fun to make these. I love adjusting everything just a little. Okay, which save are we up to? 19. The Return of the Great Departed Soul. Doesn't that just sound so... Oh, you know what? That was the one thing I wanted to do before we start stream. The Great Departed Soul! Isn't that just the most you've ever heard? Let me mute the Switch audio and queue up some little Spotify audio real quick. Because I do want to take a moment to, where's my audio? Here. That sounds so Kazuma, right? But, okay. We found out at the end of last case that the big thing that Sholmes was so worried about coming out had nothing to do with the strychnine. Which really blows a very large hole in my Juliet poison theory. It really just shatters it. So I am doing my absolute best to come to terms with the fact that Kazuma is gone. It's just so... The next case is called The Great Departed Soul. Nautilus! Hi! Welcome, welcome. How you going? I don't know, I really thought... I didn't really think. I just... When he first died, I was like, no, he is absolutely not dead. There's no way he's dead. And then I had to come to terms with the fact that he was in fact dead. And then I thought about it more and I was like, it doesn't make sense! It's gotta be a Juliet poison! But that doesn't really make sense. If he's not dead, I don't want him to be. Oh, it just... it's not like I think that we got to the bottom of the case. I know that there is definitely a lot more going on than what we thought when he first died. And I'm sure that we'll get to uncover that. I just can't. And also that belt thingy at the end. B for Kazuma Sogi. There was something else I was thinking about today and now I can't think what it was. Oh yeah, it was the one last thing about the strychnine is that we don't... Baskervilles, that's a point. We don't know how Shamspeare lived. And I'm willing to sort of dismiss that as a plot hole, except it's a pretty significant plot hole. I just don't think they would do that. But Kazuma Basogi, that's the one. That's our boy. So I do think we must be coming back to the strychnine. I don't know, maybe he is... No. Okay. I just miss him so much, it's unreal. We're gonna take till the end of this song to mourn him, it's like 30 seconds. and then we'll move on to the game. B for Brexit. B for Baskervilles is certainly something. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Where is my brush? Okay. Okay, song ended. That's the end of Morning Kazuma. I miss him so much. God rest his soul. I hope he comes back to us. I know that he won't. Even though I also think that he will, I know that he won't. I'm concerned it's Baskervilles. It fully could be. Where is my... The Hound of... Oh my fucking god, of course it's the Baskervilles. It's the Hound of the... It's the goddamn Hound of the Baskervilles! Sorry if I cut out a bit there. When I get too loud, my mic stops registering my voice. Hound of the okay. A little embarrassed I didn't put that together last night, but that's okay, we've got it now. Hound of the Baskervilles. It's the collar for the hound. Okay. Well, that makes sense, doesn't it? It's a dog collar. It's a dog collar for the Baskervilles. Okay. Anyway, let's wake the Switch back up and just turn off my Spotify audio. It's too weird to be a belt. It's a dog collar for the dog of the butt. Yeah. Well, at least we've got that now. Yes, yes, Ella. I have to actually pay more attention because the last Peachcot streamer in PGA has my full attention. Pog. Okay. The Return of the Great Departed Soul. I mean, no. But yeah, but no.
The grand end of the century Great Exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it. Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park, welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century. Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success. But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case. And like the centerpiece of the great exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park, Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
We're here at the showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people. The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment. Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world. Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies. And today, we showcase even more advanced technology, a glimpse into the future. A world first, a demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine! A man will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location. Whereupon his body will be reassembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before. In but a few moments from now, this gentleman will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air. To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you! Yes, yes, yes! Whoa! Yes! Yes, yes, yes! Please! Oh, that's not what I wanted!
Okay, so I presume he just died. Sholmes does love failed science experiments, exactly. Huh? October? No, wait, that does make sense. I forgot that we went in the past. I was like, how did we just miss 6 months? But no, that makes sense. Why do I feel like this fellow is a friend of Sholmes and Zeke's? Perhaps. Right, 22nd October, 9:36 a.m. Sholmes Suite. Bruno! Bruno, are you listening? Oh, sorry, what was that, Iris? What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast? No, that's not it at all. What were we talking about again? Today's paper! It's full of news about the Great Exhibition again. Yes, the Great Exhibition. I'd like to go sometime. You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Don't you agree, Harley? He's also down. Best. Did you say something, Iris? Oh gosh, you're even more down. When did you arrive, Mr. Naruhodo? You fool. I've been here for about half an hour already. We had breakfast together. What? Why didn't you mention it before? I, thought you might have known I was here. You know, because breakfast. Iris is quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim. So much so that I didn't notice your presence. Thanks. Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with some simple observations. What? Let's see. Yes, for example, your tousled hair this morning with all its unruly spikes. Clearly it can be deduced, therefore, that... let me stop you there, Mr. Sholmes, because I think I can see where this is going. My hair always looks like this. It always has. Ever since we first met, in fact. Oh, really? How interesting. It just doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose. Thanks again. Crossed my mind recently. It's been 6 months now. 6 months? Since I was forbidden from working in court. So I've been wondering how much longer I'm going to be banned. Oh, well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. Don't you agree, Harley? His mood swings. Did you say something, Iris? Back to moping. I'm in love with him. Why is he moping? We have no idea. What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes today? Huh? What? Why? What happened to you? Did he not get to go to the experiment thing? I wonder. What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes today? He seems even more down in the dumps than me. I know! And the Great Exhibition is open. You'd think he'd be excited. Why don't we all go to see it together? I want to. Of course I do, but I can't. Not for the time being. Why not? Why not? Why not? Because I'm a great detective after all. So you're embroiled in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from. That is. I don't remember hearing that you're working on a case, Harley. He's so fluffy, I love him. I want to pat. I suppose I should try to find out what's going on. Half a year ago now, I took on the defence of a young girl in a trial heard at the Old Bailey. What at first seemed like a simple case of murder that took place at a London pawnbrokery turned out to be one part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. During the course of the trial, it was found that I made an unavoidable, yet at the same time unforgivable mistake. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Narrowholder. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told I had to spend my time in research and studies. So that's what I've been doing. You have, haven't you, Reno? Reading all those big, fat tomes about British law up in your room, and the notes about Sholmes' old cases. Brewing Iris's special blends of tea, fetching my daily bread for me. You've become something of a manservant around here. Start on the silverware next, Master Naruhodo. Well, I'm thinking of going to ask the powers that be to reconsider. Specifically Lord Strongheart at the British Supreme Court on Whitehall. Lord Strongheart? Ah, the delightful Lord Chief Justice. Not my favourite fellow. That's a clue, jot that down, jot that down. He's not mine either, but he's the man I have to talk to. He's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working in the courts again. I came to Britain to become the best lawyer I could, and I can't do that just sitting around here. I do find it interesting that the moment that Ryu got a little too close to the truth, the powers that be were immediately like, he's too dangerous, get him out of here. It really lends credence to the idea that Sholmes is trying to protect him from something by keeping him in the dark. The whole of London has been swept up in this great exhibition, hasn't it? The most advanced science, the most modern technology, the finest works of art and feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things, and the world will be watching. They're covering something up, exactly.
Do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons.
Look down on... Do you mean those things... fly?
Yes, of course. They fly high in the sky and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air.
But how? How does hot air have anything to do with flying? It makes no sense. I can't understand it at all.
Well, that's true of a lot of new scientific discoveries. Most people can't understand them at first. But in 100 years' time, all these things will just be common knowledge.
I suppose they might be.
Mind you, some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong on the open experimentation stage yesterday, apparently. There was a huge explosion. Still, I wish I'd seen it though. I love to see how bad some of these scam experiments really are.
Says the innocent 10-year-old girl. See here, every page of this paper carries some article or other about the Great Exhibition. The brighter things shine, the darker the shadows that are cast behind them. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere.
Great Exhibition newspaper, we've got court record, boys.
Shadows cast behind. Is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? Let's have a look. Okay, we got the Crystal Tower. Oh my god, a lost cat. Oh no, a lost cat.
Lottie! Sorry to miss you, I hope you have fun at work.
That is an ominous looking photo concerning Van Zeeks and compatriot. Every article on the front page is news about the Great Exhibition. Public experiments to demonstrate brand new scientific ideas. Cultural exhibits from around the globe. It's also positive and hopeful about the coming century. We must all go to see it properly before too long. Of course! I hope you had fun on your stream. I'm sorry I couldn't stay for the end of it. Thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. I am not shrimping. Isn't that poggers? We must all go to see it properly before too long. Okay, okay. Can we get to the juicy part though? The lost cat. So many glowing reports about the great exhibition and everything that's going on there. Other than this rather gloomy looking one, that is. Wait. What?
What's the matter, Bruno?
The Reaper attacked. That's Lord Van Zeeks. This must be what Mr. Sholmes was talking about. Does he know any more, I wonder? Great, okay, so we can ask Sholmes about that in a minute as well. But we will, we'll go through the rest of the dialogue first. Let's find out why he's mad. Sholmes and Van Zeeks. Bird mask. Interesting. Bird mask and a sword. A rapier, like Van Zeeks by the looks of it. Are you investigating a particular tricky case at the moment, Mr. Sholmes? You could say that, I suppose. Nothing more to add. That's not like you. What sort of case is it? Shh! Quiet, Mr. Naruhodo. We must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening.
You're acting very strangely, Harley.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, usually, the more mysterious and complicated a case is, the better Harley's mood.
Ah.
Is it really a case that's bothering you?
Iris, please. You mustn't exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without invitation. Remember what I always say. Put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions. You say that, do you? You, Mr. Sholmes. Never mind. Once I've had a cup of tea, I must make my way at once to the crime scene. That was a deep sigh.
Strawberry, hi! How you doing today?
Harlock, I love him. Okay, hang on, I can hear my dog whining. 1 second.
He wanted to be let outside.
What a good boy. Thank you! I'm glad you like it, and I'm glad you're good. Okay, let's find out more about Van Zeeks. It says in the paper that Lord Van Zeeks was attacked. That's terrible. You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. Yes, Prosecutor Baroque Van Zeeks. And they say that if the Reaper is the prosecutor in a case, there's no salvation for whoever's in the dock. Even if the defendant is found not guilty. Oh, he looks so handsome now. Once the Reaper has someone in his sights, one way or another, that person's time left on this earth will be short. Right? London's finest rogues always find ways around the law. They'll stop at nothing to secure an acquittal at trial. Falsifying evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges. But even such devious tactics as these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. As you've experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Which explains how Mr. Natsume got away but Matilda didn't. Baroque Van Zeeks is so much more moral than everyone assumes. Yes, I've seen the Reaper's retribution at work. Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. If a leader among their fraternity is seen to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital has a never-ending supply of such scoundrels. So, do you mean Lord Van Zeeks has been attacked like this before? This isn't the first time. He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. He doesn't take these attackers lying down. Although, it seems that his assailants were armed with guns this time.
Ah, Yuki, welcome back. I hope your dinner was good.
Oh my goodness, is he alright then? Is Lord Benzique's hurt? My dear fellow, how on earth would I know?
Well, in the article here it says,
Well, I'm glad it was good.
as to what of Lord Benzique's and his condition, all will be revealed in tomorrow's morning edition.
Ah, I see. Well, we shall have to be patient then. No, I can't wait until tomorrow. In that case, you shall have to inquire with somebody in the know. But who? Oh, Strongheart, perhaps. Well, I was planning on going to see him anyway, so... He's dressed, he's going out. Well, I must be leaving now. Yes, understood. See you later, Mr. Shams. You really are a shameless liar sometimes, my dear fellow. What? He put on his other 2 belts. Good for him. You seek to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? You would be wasting your time. Chuck! Oh my god, transformations everywhere. Kazuma high. Emotional damage. I wish we could go see Gregson. Would Gregson know? I feel like Strongheart's a little more likely to, but I would like to see Gregson. The thought hadn't crossed my mind, but now I'm wondering where you're going. Well then, see you later indeed. Listen to him. He's still laughing on his way out of the door. Me every time Gregson isn't around. I think his theme is actually one of my favorite songs on the whole soundtrack. It's so good. I love him.
Alright then, Reno, let's get going.
She is like a little mouse. Mickey Mouse? Mickey Mouse? I love her. A little Minnie Mouse. Oh, Iris. What are you wearing?
I've got change to go to the Great Exhibition. You're going to take me.
Gosh, Mickey. What? But I was just about to go to the Supreme Court.
Oh, well that sounds fun too. You're going to take me there then.
Alright, fine. Just lower that weapon, would you?
Of course. And after the Supreme Court, then we'll go to see the Great Exhibition. A Minnie Mouse, if you will.
Okay. Let's go to the Lord Chief Justice's office. October, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. It's been about 6 months now since I was last here. Some things never change. Like the sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place. A month after your birthday, wow. Oh my god, she's so cute. Oh, I love her. Look at her little stripy tights. I'm sorry, I need this for reference. It doesn't seem to be bothering Iris at all though. She's happily reading over there.
Oh, I love this place. I always find so many interesting books here.
Of course. I was forgetting that you've been here before. And we came here 6 months ago. Thank you, Kazuma! I meant to say something but I forgot, but thank you guys so much for 100 followers. We hit it overnight, between streams. I'm really grateful. It's so cool having you guys all here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Strongheart's office is so extra. Good for him, you know? When Susato-san was given the news that she was to return to Japan... Ah. I understand you wish to speak with me. Oh, Lord Strongheart. I trust you've been keeping well? Let's see. Since you arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting a while. My apologies.
Oh no, not at all. I like nothing more than standing around staring into space.
Good to know. Good to know that doesn't appear to bother him at all. Mail Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. Need only savor the air for a moment in his grand office to understand his preeminent status. As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. We're extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime. And furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium.
Oh, I've not heard about that.
Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it. As we're the hosting nation, I have much to do. And it is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result, so be it.
Well, it's nice to know where I stand.
So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about.
Thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court.
That's what brought me here today. Why does the King of Lawyers have so much to do for a science convention? I suppose because it's to do with what evidence is and isn't allowed. We keep hitting that roadblock where we want to present Sholm's evidence, but they say no. But also, yeah, you would think there would be other people in charge of this. Still, it's cool that it's him because it cuts down the number of characters that we have to suspect of being evil.
But actually, there's something else playing on my mind as it happens. Bruno, just take a deep breath and come out with it.
I actually came here today to ask for your permission. Go on.
6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked, and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened, but the thing is, it made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system. And I desperately want to have another work. Please, permit me to enter the courtroom again.
Off work as a lawyer for 6 months, and no Susato to keep him company. I mean, you haven't really missed anything. This is the result of the music box case from that long stream we did at the end of the first game. Because he leaked the government secrets, he has been punished. And then we went back in time to review the second Suzuki Natsumi case, which was last time. So don't worry, you actually haven't missed that much. This is new to boss as well. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Here it comes. I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you are a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role.
Silly Rune shouldn't have leaked government secrets.
Well, what other choice did he have? Hey, Asogi. Well, that's true. He's mad. He's big mad. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on this study tour, not me. It should have been Kazuma. He was so determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. That was his calling. No. No. If that tragic accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here in this office now. Mr. Asogi was my best friend, you see. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him. I'm jamming in tears. That's you, Kazuma! His calling, you say? Has it never occurred to you? that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling. Strongheart knows. Strongheart knows. Sorry? The mission with which that young law student was charged. What do you suppose it really was? What do you mean? Mission? He's not making any sense. Never mind. I've read all the reports you've submitted over the past 6 months. Clear to me that you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions. Do you mean? As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That's wonderful news, Runer. Strongheart does have a heart. A strong one.
In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. A curious affair. You'll consider it, I hope.
Of course. Please tell me more.
Which one of these do we do first?
Oh, I hate doing them out of order. I just don't know what the order is on this one.
I would prefer to do them out of order. They always reference things from the other one when you do it in the wrong order.
You described it as a curious affair?
Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware that there was a serious accident at the Great Exhibition yesterday?
Oh, no. Yes, I read about it. A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. Let me see. How was it described? Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I think.
Instantaneous kinesis? As in, moving things with a click of the fingers?
That's right. It's just what my herbal blends need. A dash of devil may care.
Whatever this serious accident was exactly, it's clearly captured Iris's imagination. It's an unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experimentation stage, and a man lost his life. A certain Mr. Odiasman, an investor and a well-known figure in society. A large explosion.
A man died?
The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Harebrain. He was detained immediately after the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow. On the charge of murder.
What? Murder?
You intend to take on his defense? You should hurry to meet with him at the prison.
An Einstein?
Perhaps. There is very little time left for you to carry out any kind of investigation.
The Great Exhibition. Scientific experiment gone wrong, and murder? I feel out of my depth before I've even started.
Still.
We should go to the prison straight away then, and try to meet with this German professor. Don't you think?
Definitely. Yes. One more thing about the case. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper.
Huh? Oh. With Lord Van Zeeks? How?
All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition. And next month, the largest and most important of them all will take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium.
It does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it?
Exactly. London, the global epicenter of culture, science, and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate. So it's imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible.
Which is what's known as forensic evidence, forensic science, isn't it?
Exactly. The future of policing. Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods.
Oh dear, that's alarming.
Exactly. It's extremely alarming. Iris, please. If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure the numbers of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures.
Creature of policing and they won't let Sean's clearly forensic adjacent ideas through. I know!
Unbelievable. I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim.
Sorry?
By way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier, I shall detail every one now.
What? How fascinating!
It all began 15 years ago. He's just going. He's just going. He's just going. He's still going. Flashback, go brrrr.
Lord Strongheart go brrrr.
Strongheart is talking to us and giving us details about things without scolding. This is character development. And that more or less sums up my feelings on the matter. In the simplest of terms, of course. Essentially, to formally establish a forensic investigation division within Scotland Yard. That is my mission.
Oh, right, yes, that's wonderful.
Exactly. Wonderful is precisely what it will be. Good for her.
Iris isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now. Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything useful?
I actually drifted off for the most part. He's surprisingly ardent about forensic science.
Okay. Now then, I want to present him with this. Oh, that reminds me. Have you seen this?
The reports of the overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition? Of course.
No, not that. The story on the back page.
What story? The Reaper attacked. Ah, that. You've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not?
Poor Mr. Reaper. What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he?
There's no need for concern. Lord Van Zieks would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you.
Can you tell us what happened? I'd really love to know.
Very well. If it interests you.
It does. Strangely.
Fortunately, Lord Van Zieks emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter.
But that's incredible, they were armed with guns. Why was he attacked though, do we know?
It's related to events that occurred a month ago. A leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Van Zieks. The man was acquitted. I have no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes.
Large sums of money?
A deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday.
But you're not suggesting that was the work of the Reaper, surely?
The victim's henchmen certainly seemed to think so. He was a man by the name of Asman, Mr. Odie Asman.
Did you say Asman? That's the man who died in the big explosion at the Great Exhibition.
Yes. Known publicly as an investor, but in reality, head of a significant criminal organization.
Mr. Odie Asman. Unbelievable. I wonder, could I ask you something, Lord Strongheart?
Try me.
How do you use Lord Van Zieks as a prosecutor? All the criminals who manage to get off in court then meet with mysterious ends outside the courtroom. And fearful of that fate, they seek to strike at Lord Van Zieks first. I know there's no evidence that he actually is the Reaper in that sense, but still, something's clearly going on here.
I have Van Zieks work for the prosecution service for two reasons. Firstly, The man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him.
But that doesn't make sense. How can you explain the way so many have died if not by someone's hand?
Van Zieks may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper. He is no killer. So he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the Crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course. Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. My colleagues may be starting to fidget.
11 hours late? That's
Quite something. That meeting had already started when I arrived back here for this engagement with you. Your lateness was inevitable. Time stops for no man. I'm sure it stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons.
Oh yes, where would I find Lord Van Zieks now?
I would assume he's at his office.
Right, I'll go and ask him about the attack in person. I want to get this straight from the horse's mouth. We get to see his office?
Away with you now. I'm leaving Professor Harebrain's defense entirely in your hands.
Of course, yes. Thank you very much, my lord.
Okay, before we move to the prison, I want to update the murder board. Alright, okay. Where's my little... There we go. So, what do we know? This is clearly basketballs. Let me duplicate this. Everything down. Okie dokie. 4 large dog. Basketballs. Okay. So, we know that the basketballs is definitely whatever they're all involved in. What did we just learn about Van Zieks? That sure is something. Yeah. Okay, he had a compatriot with him. That's interesting. Who was that? I feel like we learned something else just then. Regularly attacked. Quite good at defending himself. Okay. Strongheart said he's no killer. I believe we've got... It always has an alibi. Which means that, yes, he's probably being investigated. Regularly attacked. Okay. What are the facts we have right now? This murder board feels so crowded now. Oh, I wanted to update Strongheart, that's right. Forensic science. He's obsessed with it. Oh, and that he knows what Kazuma's mission was. Knows about Asogi. Okay. What can we do with this? So, the people who know... I want to collate the evidence that I think is really important somewhere. So, I think that is... this Morse code trial. Ah, please do not do that. Whatever you have just done, I want you to undo it. There we go. Okay. That one, we want Van Zieks and the Reaper. Actually, we know that Van Zieks and Lord Strongheart. We know that Van Zieks isn't much to do with it. We want Sholmes and Iris. Oh my gosh, this is so much. Go. No, we don't want that part right now. We don't care about that right now. We want Wilson. We want Mikotoba. We will keep Judge Jigoku. Who else do we want in next? We want Kazuma. We don't need Hosonaga right now, and we want the Hound of the Baskervilles necklace. Collar, rather. I guess we may as well grab Selden as well. And Mr. Zybrat. And Gregson. And okay. Hi, Ramen! Yeah, we've got the motorboard out again. Sorry. We just spoke to Lord Strongheart about Van Veeks. Okay. Alright, this is what I think I can make sense of. My motorboard is so big that now I can't comprehend anything. I'm glad you like the little portrait. Okay. Ah! Oh, what have I done? Jesus Christ. Sorry. That scared me. Okay. Sholmes, playing dumb, secretive. He accused Ryu of killing Asogi. Why? His stupidity has repeatedly resulted in us being where we need to be at the time that we need to be there. He knows exactly what's going on but can't expose it for some reason, even though he's respected by Scotland Yard. He boarded the barrier after solving a crown mystery somewhere in Asia. This is all to do with Japan. Now, Barak Van Zieks, I am more than ever convinced, is deeply involved in this. He has an old best friend. Who could his compatriot now be? That can't be someone that we know. It just wouldn't make sense for it to be someone that we know. Sorry, Gregson, I lost some of your face. Let me give you that back. Da-da-da. There you go, sir. The compatriot has to be someone else. Hopefully we can get more about that if we can catch him in his office. Alright, we know that poisons... She works in poisons. Strychnine wasn't explained. Kazuma Asogi came to England with a mission. His goal was to reform the justice system in Japan by investigating the English justice system. However, it seems more like that he had a completely separate mission, and Strongheart has just confirmed that for us. He knows about whatever Kazuma was here to do, which means that it's definitely related to the larger government conspiracy, because why else would Strongheart be involved, right? Kazuma is here. I really think it's the father theory. I think something happened. And Hound of the Baskervilles. I wonder if Aishin is somehow related to the Baskervilles? So, the collar of the dog of the Baskervilles has been stolen. It's worth about £1,000, which means that the Baskervilles are filthy rich. Sholmes, Mikotoba, Gregson are all involved in this. Is this a different thing to whatever Van Zieks' betrayal is? Hard to say. Hard to say! Okay. Okay. Let's go back. Let's go talk to Van Zieks. Where is May? This one? Oh my god. 3 of them? 3 of them at once? Please. Thank you, Josh. Sorry, hand's not in the place to do anything about that. Where did my switch go? There we go. Yes, yes, left and right. I didn't realize there were 3 of them. Why were they all here at once? What the kind of little cue just went through the bot's brains? When you found out the real suspect, I'll send you to Jesus. Ah! I'm so excited to see Barak Van Zieks' office. Okay, let's go there. I know we're supposed to go straight to the prison, but I have to go see him. 22nd October? Prosecutor's office. He's got swords. He's got wine in all his little chalices. He's got the most dramatic chair I've ever seen.
Oh, so this is the legendary Reaper's office?
Yes, it appears so.
It sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? What an amazingly deathly atmosphere.
Oh, is that... This is his off? This must be the compatriot, right? Van Zieks wouldn't sit like this. That hooded figure was so still I hadn't noticed his or her presence. I wonder who it is. I also would like to know who it is. Oh fuck, I have to give them a voice before I see their face? Okay, we might change this. What are you doing here? Oh, never mind, it was Fancy's. Okay, sorry. He's as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. Oh, I'm glad to see you're well. I am. So, who's the person over by the wall being punished for something or other? Well, at least we know why he can afford breaking all those glasses and bottles. Yeah. Just existing makes the dramatic organ music play. It's his aura. It's like how Asogi just existing makes his Hachimaki blow in the wind. He's a bit scary for you. No punishment is taking place here. Oh. That's my apprentice, and he's sitting there of his own free will. I didn't know you had an apprentice. He's so cool. It must be the same person who was pictured in the newspaper. For some reason I have a really bad feeling about this, but I can't put my finger on it. He's very able in combat, a requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage. Are you referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers? The Reaper. I'd be interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself. A lawyer who keeps getting attacked, to be fair. Assuming, that is, such a fabled fiend genuinely inhabits our great courtrooms. I really want to talk to this person. Keys! Hello! We're in Barak Van Ziek's office. Sorry, let me catch you up really quick. I think you'll enjoy this. Okay, so we are in the World Exhibition, blah 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 blah. We've been reinstated as a lawyer, who cares, who cares? Van Ziek's was attacked. And he had a little compatriot with him, and we've been talking to Lord Strongheart, and Lord Strongheart essentially says that he gets attacked a fair bit because people think that he's the Reaper. And it was something like the underlings of our new defendant. What was it? The victim in our new case. I was so caught up in the Van Zieks that I forgot to retain the details of the case. The victim in our new case was... His underlings are the ones who attacked the Reaper, or something like that. I'm sure it will be made clear again. But his compatriot is sitting right here, and Barak Van Ziek says they are his, assistant, his underling. I would like to learn more about them. There are red-eyed bats. There are red-eyed bats. That is so poggers. Thank you for the like, Kazuma. No, don't jail without saying who killed you. He is a vampire. Okay. It really looks like a punishment to me.
I've never seen someone sitting like that before.
He hasn't moved a muscle since we arrived. Do you think perhaps he's dead?
If he was dead, Runer, he wouldn't be sitting up, would he?
Well, anyway, dead or alive, he's not overly approachable, is he? I don't think he's going to talk to us. I want to see if he is!
He's not dead!
Lawyer in Ace Attorney universe really love having weapons, huh? Rionescu and Kazuma with Karama, Franziska with her whip, Goddard and Menzies with their glass and cups. Yeah! I think it's fun. Lord Strongheart said that the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack? Carried out by henchmen of Odie Asmon's criminal organization. That's right. Yeah, okay, we had it right. The investigation meant their arrests were imminent. Presumably some hoped to kill me before that happened. Odie Asman. He's always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers. A global investor. Scrap that, this game has got a lot of swords. We've got so many swords! But his enormous wealth came to him by underhand means via his criminal activities. Blackwell has a sword and an eagle, which is just cheating.
And he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, didn't he?
Algie might not have had a sword, you're right. But why? Why does this keep happening? Sholmes makes up for it by having a gun. So he does have a knife, you're right. A knife he uses.
Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper.
The man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances.
Van Zieks feels like a Blackwell ancestor though.
A bit, yeah. It's the edginess. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances. It was the most unusual cause of death.
I know about that.
It was super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong.
Mr. Asmund died when the demonstration on the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion.
Correct. And you think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you?
Well,
no, that does seem a little far-fetched. Explosion, you say? Wink wink. If this man really is the fabled Reaper, then he has to be innocent of this particular death of his.
It's strange how this worked out, isn't it, Runo? I mean, what with you taking on the Professor's defense for the trial tomorrow?
What? You're going to be defending him?
Also, is it just me or Ryunosuke seems to be more inclined to reading up to his case more than
right? Absolutely. But also, to be fair, everyone is ever so slightly nicer to Ryu, and he does tend to have slightly more time, with the exception of the McGilden case. I am thinking specifically of that time, I think it's the start of Ace Attorney 2. Where Riot has like 3 minutes. What? You're going to be defending him.
Oh yes, that's right. I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest.
Albert. Albert Hairbrain.
That's right.
Do you know him, by any chance? Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together. Interesting. Interesting. You're...
What?
Oh, snappy indeed.
Well, I understood that Professor Hairbrain was from Germany, though.
Hairbrain's from a respectable British family. After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research, that's all. So you were students together. I was in the faculty of law, of course, and he in science, so our paths rarely crossed. I can't imagine Van Zieks going to college. In my mind, he just sprang forth from a coffin fully formed. That tracks. B was for British all along. Eric Van Zieks is like very gentlemanish also, you might know that, right, Ryu? Reaper of the Bailey has friends? He certainly used to. He's got a compatriot, he had his Japanese friend, what the fuck is up with that? He's got this guy. But curiously, we got along. I've not met him since my university days. I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. And with you of all people representing him. Only if I make it out of this office alive. He's actually been charged with murder, it seems. Yes, I know, because the prosecution will be handled by me. Yay! Beloved.
By you?
Oops.
But you made it sound as if you and the professor had been friends.
We are friends, it's true. Then why would you do this?
If the Reaper is the prosecutor, there's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed.
What's Lord Van Zieks thinking? What do you mean by what you said before? If you'd like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean... I'm a crown prosecutor and a mortal like any other. I'm no demigod.
But they've all died, haven't they? The people you've prosecuted, I mean. Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal...
Those they prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society. People who without question deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them. That's what you want us to think, Barak? I think he's telling the truth. But yeah, Soseki Natsume isn't dead. Soseki Natsume also is a weird person for him to prosecute, because he's not someone who deserves to be found guilty. And Gina. Well, we haven't heard from Gina in a really long time. But, like, hopefully, right? Oh my god, I'd cry. But that's not true of Mr. Natsume, for example. He wasn't a vile wretch at all. I miss her too, she's so cute. No, it's Ginny. In fact, she's ever so hardworking now. There we go, Pog, she's alive. I can't deny that since I encountered you, things have taken a turn. The point is this. If any of these vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it was at the hand of their own kind. It's not my work. Lord Strongheart said the same. He believes you're not involved in any way. But you were attacked by those ruffians because they believe it's true. Fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially. Oh. It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives. Do you mean to say? I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly and with honor. It's putting you in danger. You could be killed. That is my fate. Let God decide. Kind of a raw line. Lord Van Zieks. Van Zieks' redemption arc? I wonder. We've never had a chance to present things to him before. I know you've seen this around my arm before, but what is it exactly? It's the mark of a defense lawyer. In Japan, at least. And what's your reason for showing it to a British prosecutor? Oh, well, I don't know, really. I can understand, at least. There's merit in reminding yourself of who helped you become what you are today. Oh. But that's a personal matter. Something you may want to keep close at all times, not something to flaunt. No, I suppose not. Thank you for understanding, though. That was interesting. Okay, look at the history for that. He does seem to be touching his badge a lot, especially as he said that that's a personal matter and something you may want to keep close. I was thinking that. He doesn't seem to know what it is, which sort of throws a bit of a wrench in my, my Kazuma's dad was a defense attorney who knew him. Kazuma's dad just could have been not a defense attorney though. Let us into your emotions, Benzi. That is the mark of the prosecutor, right? That's his prosecutor's badge? He has cardiac problems, that's why he's so pale. And yes, absolutely, his theme slaps. Okay, we can't say anything else about that. If I present him with the paper, does he have anything else to say on it? Lord Van Zieks, about the article in this paper. Ah, yes. It seems there was a reporter nearby when that little skirmish took place. I had no idea I'd been photographed. It was careless of me.
It looks as though it was taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though.
It is a really cool shot, though.
He got his little top hat. That's how you know he's a British gentleman.
Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them.
There's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems.
And I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice.
Perhaps you could tell us a little more about him.
Yes, please! Please tell me. Sorry. It is so suspicious that his face is covered and that we can't see him. Please tell us more about him. He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor. So you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose.
Like you out of Hallie then, Runo.
I don't remember taking an apprenticeship with a great detective. Come on, Ryu. You were so his apprentice. He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack.
Well, it looks like he's wearing some kind of mask?
On Lord Strongheart's orders. Huh? Nobody knows the man's face, or indeed, his identity.
Asian? But why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual?
Lord Strongheart's orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. That will be a good reason for his actions.
I hope you're right.
Why does he... No. 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 The task is complete? Good. In that case, you can collate all the briefs. There's no keys? Are you thinking? No. Like, no, right?
No. Nice to meet you.
No one say it. No one fucking jinx it. Absolutely no one say it. Back to work again. That was really strange, though. I've never met the man before. I didn't even know he existed, and yet... somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter. No fucking way. No. No. Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing from anybody from outside this office. The copium is... I know. I even played his little song and... But maybe the reason he doesn't speak to anyone from outside the office is that they would recognize... No. Unless he maybe has an accent that would be No. Lord Strongheart has strictly forbidden it. Oh, I see. Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway?
Oh, no, I mean... Sorry, I didn't mean to... The way he stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posture.
It couldn't be. No fuck. No. There is no fucking way. No, no one say it. Absolutely not. We are not talking about this. We are not going to the murder board. We are moving on. I'm going to fucking cry. Thank you for the posture check. Sorry, for the stretch and the hydrate. Let's do that. Let's do that and not think about anything else. Why do the controllers keep disconnecting? What's different today? Ah, yes. There's something I've been meaning to ask you.
Oh, what's that?
That Nipponese man. Is he faring well?
Sorry?
The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago. With the stoop. And the moustache. And the jitters.
Mr. Natsume, you mean? I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list, Runo.
But nothing too saving them so lost, so I'm just staring at Vanseat. Well, that would be because you never met him, did you, Josh? Not in person. That jawline is very familiar. It can't be. How? I mean, we've been over it. There's no way. Strychnine wasn't explained though. We're not talking about The Apprentice. We are absolutely under no circumstances talking about The Apprentice, because if that's... No. No. Please? No. I wanted to see if Van Zeke got bullied by Ryu and a 10-year-old child so bad. The dream. You'll see, Josh. Or you won't, we'll be completely wrong. Oh my god. I can't take it if it's not. I can't go... I've grieved him twice. I can't take it if it's not. Yeah, we don't talk about The Apprentice. Hey, about The Apprentice. I really need to know about The Apprentice though.
I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list, Reno.
He's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post only the other day. I see. Well, I think we can end our discussion there, don't you? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you to spend it investigating the case. Yes, thank you for the advice, and for the conversation. I can't believe he's asking after Soseki-san. After a Nipponese. I'm not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried.
I never imagined that Mr. Reaper would be friends with the mad scientist, did you? That's a turn up for the books.
A mad scientist? You mean Professor Harebrain? Yes, it might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Van Zieks, I think. More info on Van Zieks. The professor might know who his other friend was. How? Lord Van Zieks is 33. So 10 years ago, when he became a lawyer, he was 23. It's a little over college age, but it's not... We got The Apprentice added. Oh, I am looking so intently. I'm breathing! Thank you, Ramen! Thank you for giving me strength. Oh my god. Oh my... What is going on today? Thank you, Josh. They are everywhere today. Let's have a look around. That's okay. You are faster than me. Oh my god, you killed him. Well, that portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? Duh. Duh. It's a very majestic outfit and pose, but sadly, whoever painted it didn't do a very good job of capturing Lord Van Ziek's facial features. Does he style his hair after someone else? Is that someone else and he styles his... The way Ryu said that.
Yes, you're right. I mean, it's not far off, but the artist has exaggerated his subject's handsomeness, I think.
It was like a spam bot, Serena. Don't worry about it. That reminds me. I heard Emperor Napoleon of France ordered artists to make him look more attractive when they painted him.
How vain! That's really not an attractive quality in a person, is it?
A portrait does not depict me. Surely that's immediately obvious. So you style your hair the exact same way as someone that you used to know? Oh, then who is it? This is just the word exhibition by the looks of it, which is the crime scene, so I suppose yes. I want to have a look at Mr. That. I can't look at him again. Okay. You sure do have a lot of wine, huh? Papa Van Zieks. He would kill at playing D&D, you're right. Little dioramas. He'd have the best set. Look at all those ancient casks lining the wall there.
Casks in the Reaper's chamber?
Or are they caskets? You don't think. All those people who escaped conviction in court are lying inside them dead, do you? What ridiculous notions are going through your head, man? This is my collection of fine vintages. Oh, yes, of course. Thank you for clearing that up. Barrel coffin, barrel coffin, barrel coffin.
Reno and I were just musing to ourselves. Don't mind us, Mr. Reaper.
I wouldn't if you hadn't invited yourselves to my office to talk nonsense within my earshot.
Fair.
He can't be. Unless... Don't look at- okay, we're not looking at him.
What? They were bats. Yes, the Reaper's familiars, I expect.
Well, what about the mute man in the dark cloak? I thought he was the familiar. Just not the flying kind. Don't think about him, Ryu.
He must be a dear friend of Mr. Reaper then.
I think the familiar idea is more likely. Scary though, either way. Yeah, it sure is. We are looking away. We pretend we do not see it.
Oh look, it's a scale model of the Great Exhibition Showground.
That's amazing. I wonder why it's here.
Perhaps he made it to take his mind off the sadness of being too busy to attend in person?
Or perhaps he's too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket. Surely it's obvious that I'm using it as an investigative aid.
Ah,
You Nipponese have no business painting others as overly reserved. Ugh, I really didn't think he'd overheard that. And then we have his desk. This is such a prosecution thing, having your chest set. Actually, can we look closer at that? Lord Van Zeek's desk, look. It's so stylish. 33-year-old gets bullied by a 10-year-old? This is great.
and that's a marble chess set beside it.
Chess. That's the Western version of our Japanese shogi game, isn't it? You know, I'm actually quite good at shogi problems.
Oh really? You'd probably like chess problems in that case.
I'd love to challenge Lord Van Zeek sometime. To a bout of shogi problems.
If you only really want to challenge yourself, you can always do that on your own at home.
Look at that fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles neatly lined up there. My hallowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes from the finest vineyards I visit. And I personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world.
And yet you throw them around in court like they were worthless.
Yes, because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide of the mark sometimes.
To be fair, I'm fairly sure sometimes you throw them when I'm exactly on the mark.
Oh. New Bullies Van Zeeks into friendship coming soon. I like him. I want to be his friend. Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose work you defile. So, my fault. Silly me. How could I have ever thought otherwise? This guy here. Mr. Van Zeek's inspiration. Everything is so all the time. Okay, we've presented everything, we've examined everything, we've conversed. Definitely, yeah, we've ticked all of the boxes. I guess let's go to the prison. Must be whoever made him who he is, exactly. Bye, King! Enjoy your wine. I guess we'll meet our client. 22nd October, local prison, cell 11. The warden said cell 11. That's this one.
There's someone caught up in a ball in the back corner, look.
Just like Saseki. What's his name again? Professor Albert Hairbrain, wasn't it? Excuse me, Professor Hairbrain. Voice. Who are you?
I'm Miyanosuke Naruhodo. I'm a defense lawyer.
A lawyer? Was it something I said? A lawyer, you say? Would you be here about the experiment? Is that good, Josh? Are you going to defend my hypothesis? Your hypothesis? Sorry, I don't... Yesterday's demonstration! That magnificent demonstration was an out-and-out success by anyone's calculations. But despite that, no one listens! No lawyer believes in science. When it's explained, they all leave at high velocity. Crimes of morality, I can feel it. Yeah, we'll see. Now's probably not a good time to mention that Oziel made my concentration leave for a while too. This music is almost like circus theme. Alright, what you got, sir?
You mentioned the demonstration yesterday. The papers have called it a spectacular failure. After all, a man died in the explosion, didn't he?
This man is the whole circus. Big scream. Yes, you could interpret the results that way if you really wanted to. Well, I suppose in the strictest sense. The experiment was a failure, but at the same time, it was a great success. You've lost me. I saw it with my own eyes. Right there in front of me, Mr. Asman was spontaneously disassembled. And when everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted. At that point, he should have been beamed to the crystal tower by instantaneous kinesis. However, the machine exploded and Mr. Asman in fact perished. So this is a murder accusation. Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure. So what you're really saying is the large explosion that killed Mr. Asman was an accident, correct?
But the bigwigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder.
He's got earnest eyes. I was responsible for a man's death. That is the immutable truth here. And for that, I wish to be punished. At once. But... murder? Never in a million years. It was an accident. Simply an accident. I see.
Callie and I were talking this morning, you know. He said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or a murder.
How exactly?
Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody.
On what grounds? Ah yes, it's newly established here in Britain. The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. That one passed me by.
But if the case is treated as murder...
well then they'll say my machine was the murder weapon, and they'll be able to pour over it as much as they like. They examine it in detail, they'll find out how it's made, and then they'll be able to copy my idea! My precious hypothesis will be stolen! The machine must be protected from that at all costs. That's why it's imperative this whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial. Ah, I see now. Please, 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 the Reaper's vast ears. Next. So in short, that was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground yesterday. Yes, or rather no, the devil is in the details. Strictly speaking, that was a terrible explosion. Sounds the same to me.
You were demonstrating super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating.
Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. I wish this was a joke, but the hypothesis being stolen was remarkably common in ye olde days. I suppose it was, wasn't it? So it must be possible using a sufficiently high voltage to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see. That's my amazing hypothesis. Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science. Oh, but dare to imagine it. Dare to dream of such incredible technology. Just think, one moment I could be here in this cell, and the next, I could be at the Great Exhibition again. Well, yes, that would be incredible. and the next, in the mere blink of an eye, I could be at a great Parisian theatre, say. The possibilities are endless. The whole of our vast planet would be within reach. So no more hiding in wardrobes on rocky seas for 50 days. Interesting that you bring up how it could be employed on a ship. No, okay, no.
I don't really see it like that.
What do you mean, Eris?
Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think it would feel like it had shrunk.
My word! That's exactly right! What are the implications? What does this mean?
Oops, that's got Professor Bunnybrain really worried by the look of it.
Clearly this is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose. Point is, my calculations are flawless. The science works. But without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. And that's always the fly in the ointment.
Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money. Money that young scientists like you don't have.
That's exactly it, yes.
Well, he's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science.
Oh, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. I met the well-known investor, Mr. Esmond.
The victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean?
A time paradox. I don't think you succeeded. Please tell me about the Reaper. Please. I understand Lord Van Zieks is a friend of yours from your university days. Yes, that's right. He was studying law whilst I was studying science. What was he like back then? A good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, an all-round nice fellow, really. Interesting. Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor Barak Van Zieks. What was he like when he was at university?
Talk about a leading question, Runo.
As I said, an unassuming and extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zieks family, with all its great aristocratic origins. Please tell me more about that.
I didn't realize he had quite such noble blood.
He's a lord. Little darling.
Little darling Van Zieks. Family lore.
It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he'd become. The Reaper of the Bailey, no less? Yes, that's right.
Lord Barak Van Zieks, our little darling.
I did hear, though, that there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation. Really? What sort of an event? A betrayal? By a Japanese person? Ah! I'm sorry. But I don't know anymore. I wasn't in the country at the time, I was in Germany already. Oh, yes, of course. If he's heard all about the Reaper, I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Van Zieks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow.
There is art of Little Barak in the DGS 2 art book. You can check it out when you finish the game.
Exciting! The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odie Esmond, wasn't it? What exactly was your relationship with the man? First visited me in my laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I thanked my lucky stars. I see. So you hadn't really known each other until then. Odious?
Money for scientific research? I'm so envious.
As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel. Oh. Really? An archangel even.
Iris gets it.
He was prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation at the Great Exhibition. If that went well, I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Mr. Asmund provided me with money and an exceptional engineer. He produced a machine to my precise specifications.
But then, your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion.
As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Asman. I would never have thought of taking the man's life.
Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying.
Okay, we can put our faith in this person.
So, Professor, let me just make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying? You had no intent to harm the victim, who was in fact the sole investor in your work, is that correct? Is it spoilers, Nautilus? If it's not, I can give you permission to post the link.
Oh, Holmes playing Benzique's theme song? That's pretty fun. That's okay. Correct as True Squared is 4, I swear it! Yes, it's true that the man perished in a machine of my invention. So I know that I'm far from blameless in all this. But still, I would never use my discoveries, my inventions, to take a person's life, not in a centillion years. I'm a man of science, it's all I know. You have to believe me, please. Do you believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis? Science is the pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that, all my life.
I'm afraid I don't know much about science, or your theories. But I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of the law, it's all I know. You have to believe me, please.
When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage, none of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything.
Thank you for that, Professor.
And thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court.
Alright, Bruno, it's time. Time to visit the Great Exhibition. Sorry? Well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it?
Yes, I suppose that's true.
Time to investigate at last.
Okay. The experimentation stage. Head in my hands. Cannot stop thinking about Benzique's apprentice. There's no way, right? Right? They really... I can't help it! Ryu was so, oh, this isn't our first meeting. Like, this just doesn't feel like our first encounter. He doesn't talk, he doesn't show anyone his face. How suspicious is that? He was built, his chip. Okay, you're right, we're not thinking about it,
Strawberry, you have the link? Let me give you permission.
Oh my god, if I can spell strawberry, oh my gosh. There we go. Thank you for the bonk, ramen. Okay, I'm not thinking about it, Cute. Okay, this is really good. Sorry, this is too many images for me to easily get up on Clip Studio, so we have to click for yourselves. Okay, where are we?
22nd October, the Great Exhibition Grounds, foot of the Crystal Tower.
Ugh. The showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. Okay. Hold on. Ah! Keys! No! Keys! No! Stop shaking me! Ah! Wait, hold on. I can actually do that. Which one is it? It's these two. There we go. Vibrates gently. Ugh. The showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. I've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now. I felt myself swooning 3 times. I've also felt myself swooning today, Ryu. Shaken, not stirred.
There are a lot of people, aren't there? And I've almost been trodden on 3 times too.
Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. Aww. That's a really cute image. Yeah! Now I am convinced that Holmes never overslept, he's just in the background playing Van Zeke's theme. He's got work to do. We finally made it through the throngs though, by the look of it. Here we are underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. Otter. What's that? I can hear voices from up on top of the stage. It sounds like an argument. Pog. Pog! Right, I've had it with you this time. I'm warning you, I'll arrest you in a minute.
Yeah? Go on then, Spectre, give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence and you know it.
Wait, I know those voices. You've got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady, but a night in the cells will teach you some manners.
Just try it, I dare ya. If you want that bag of chips rammed down your throat.
Love them! Gina and Greggy, my true favorite G's.
Yoo-hoo! Grexy, what are you doing up there?
You! Here! You're here! Here you are, you're here! Your ladyship! How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship. Does that make her 3 times a lady?
I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue.
You're forgetting he has hair? Unbelievable. I'll go and have a word for you at once, your ladyship. You'll be flying high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you. He's cute. Tobias Gregson, an inspector at Scotland Yard. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. I feel like we're doing like a Gretchen Wiener. Her hair is so big because it's full of secrets. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. There are limits, surely. Well, there should be. He's got the hots. I love him. Watch it, sunshine. Sorry. What gives then? Don't tell me you're on this case.
Good men take great care of their daughter figures. Yeah.
Yes, I'm acting for the defense.
So we're here to investigate.
Dear me, that's the situation, is it? Is it really that troubling?
A measly 5 bob. Is that all you got? You're a lawyer, ain't ya? You could stand to carry a bit more copper around in your pockets, Mr. Narrow-Otto.
What? Hey! That's my last bit of spending money, that is.
You can have it back. We'll have to charge you for all the bother.
Free Bob. I love her! This is Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket, or diver, born and bred in the East End of London. Gina, you're so gender! In the case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago, this is the young girl I was defending in court. What's your problem, eh, Otto? Diver? Pickpocket? What's with all the name calling?
You want a bag of chips rammed down your throat and all, do ya?
Well, I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. She does seem taller, I was thinking that as well. I was trying to work out if her costume had changed, but she's actually just higher up on our screen than usual, isn't she?
She drank her milk.
Kind of late for a growth spur, isn't she 17? We get her in the... No, not yet. You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assumed you'd been up to your usual tricks here at the showground.
That ain't no way to talk to a lady, Otto. Half a year's a long time. People can change. I'm an apprentice now, learning to be a Scotland Yard detective.
It's Gina!
You have to call me what everyone else does. It's Inspector Lestrade now.
Should have seen that one coming, frankly, from the law. Inspector? By just homemade, surely. The inspector part isn't entirely accurate. No one calls her that. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us.
Feminist win! What's that supposed to mean?
Right, well, I'll be back up top. You hold down the fort here, alright? And next to nothing about Sherlock Law, but I don't care, she's cute as fuck. She's cute as fuck! Baby, baby, baby. Right, sir. This raises a lot of questions. I also love her coat! It matches her so well. Oh my god, I love her. Gina, 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 Gina! It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina, in connection with a case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder. The cute hat, the way she tilted to cover her face.
I had a lot of time to think in prison. I realized I couldn't go on like I was. The diving weren't working out. I'm so pleased to hear it, Ginny. Well done.
So, you went from being a pickpocket to a detective?
You got it. Good, innit? Inspector Lestrade. Sounds like something out of a book, eh?
Talk about a sea change. Maybe it's because she's not looking down as much? It's possible, but I think she actually is higher on our screens.
And then there's Iris's old man to think about.
Iris's father, you mean?
Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I said I'd get all the police forces around the world to pull out all the stops looking for him.
Oh, it comes together. Just a small promise then, nothing serious.
Ginny, you're so sweet.
So anyway, that's how come I had to go at the test for Scotland Yard.
Only trouble is, I don't read so well, do I?
Just a small problem. Nothing serious.
And that's when Hallie approached Grexy and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Ginny and made her a sort of apprentice.
And that was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson. And brave.
Wow, you know Hallie. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants.
The great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words.
So, the long and the short of it is, if you've got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade.
Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there?
What, Reno? What?
Well, 6 months ago, Gina was the defendant in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. A trial in which she was found not guilty. And yet, here she is still.
Come on, you're not still on about that, are ya? The Legend of the Reaper or whatever it's called. Cool, you don't half worry, Otto.
If I didn't half worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left.
It's like I told you before, innit? The Reaper's kinda like him upstairs, so he knows what I'm like on the inside, but I ain't really done nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong might be stretching a point.
What about Mr. Natsume in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he?
Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper is more discerning than I thought.
Exactly! So I ain't worried, I'm totally fine! Coy, it was out of this world, it was. The brainy bloke pulled a bunch of levers on his machine, and suddenly it started billowing smoke. Then it just went pop. I ain't seen a better experiment here yet.
Sorry?
You mean, you saw it, Ginny? With your own eyes? Yeah, of course. The boss is in charge here, ain't he? Of keeping everything running smooth, I mean.
And the boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose. It's going to take some getting used to. Man, I wish Susato was here. The Susato Gina Iris trio is so cute. She's so pretty, right? I love her. I really, really care about her daughter.
So all I have to say is that I'm on duty and I can do whatever I want to. Get this, I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened, watching it from above. No, you're so lucky, Ginny. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too.
Yeah, do it.
You know how to put the boss in his place already, right, Iris? You'd have no trouble at all. Then it's settled. Where do I start?
No. You can't join Scotland Yard, Iris.
We'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. If the machine exploded so spectacularly, how can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success?
Oh, right.
Well, it was a success. In a way.
It was? How could it have been? Surely after the whole machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success.
It's like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a load of smoke in that whopping Great Bang. But where do you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the crystal tower over there.
What? In the tower? Ali!
Hi.
Hi! I'm so sorry, we investigated Barack Van Zeek's office and you missed it. We saw all of his caskets of wine, we saw his big painting, we saw his little model exhibition. It was pretty good. We got to talk to him for ages, we got to bully him, he bullied us.
You can see for yourself, can't ya? Up there above the scaffold. Or the glass is broken, you mean?
You know what, Ali, just for you, we'll go back after this and we'll have a quick look around if it lets us. We might get called off.
Yeah, the cage what the victim got in to start with. Really did get beamed through the air or whatever, and landed all the way over there. So you see, it did kind of work, didn't it?
Gina's the best. We love Gina. She's the coolest. She's a little pickpocket. She's Gina Lestrade. She's just now become Inspector Lestrade. God bless. What? I don't believe it.
I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it, but anything's possible, right? With science. Well, I tell you what, you can have this. It's a plan of the experiment they drew up at the yard.
But, are you sure?
Yeah, go on. I had 3 bob off here before, so fair's fair.
Yes, I didn't actually give that to you, did I?
Yeah, it's just been entered into the court record.
Let me have a look at that. Oh, this is cute. If anything happened to her, I would kill everyone in this room and then choose death. Yeah. Okay, interesting. Okay, I think this is a sham, and we are going to have to out it as a sham over the course of the trial. But we'll see how that goes. Actually, I'm going to detour back to Van Zeek's before we finish this last dialogue line. Sorry, I know everyone saw it already, but I think it is so fun for Ali to see as well. The smile from the first game, right? It's so cute. Look at this. Look at him. Here's the real juicy part, Ali. Wait, he's gone. He's gone. Where did he go? Yeah, you're right, who's gone? There was never anyone there. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Lord Van Zeeks.
I think he's ignoring you, Bruno.
Prosecution and defense should avoid speaking outside of the courtroom as a rule. So if anyone is being rude here, it's most certainly the man in black there standing before us.
I see. Well, thank you for setting the record straight. Did you see that? He spoke to me, Bruno.
So, Lord Van Zeeks, have you managed to visit the Great Exhibition yet?
He's definitely ignoring you.
Right. No niceties either then. Cool! We got extra dialogue out of it. Plug! He was right here. I want to look at what he was writing. He's so tall. Beloved. Okay, okay. You close your eyes. And almost. Well, were we? We weren't. I guess we were at the experimentation stage. Okay. Go back here. Who was right that you know we cannot say it? Aussie standards are huge? I guess. Okay. Gina. We never went.
Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange.
For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us. Hold on, I have to screenshot that to prove a point. Been arguing with someone who's like 5'4", and she's like, I'm tall! I'm average height.
Thank you for the like, Nautilus! Enjoy your food. Yes, naughty old Gregsy ran off after that without explaining himself. Oh, right, that.
How tall are you, Josh?
The boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday. Well, that's not fair. We're representing the defendant.
Hi, babe. Shorter than me.
Well, in that case, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigations?
Nah, you're not getting it.
We ain't allowed to investigate neither.
154 centimeters? I have like 23 centimeters on you. Rather than tiny. Your iris height.
Hi. What did the boss call him again? The forensic investigation team, I think.
I lift you.
Anyway, apart from the lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Bit funny, innit?
Even Scotland Yard's own detectives can't investigate. And yes, I've never heard of something like that before.
Well, I thought I could have a gander on the quiet though, but the boss caught me at it. You probably heard him giving me an earful about it before from down here, didn't ya?
She's 120! I love her. I love her.
Not bleeding fair.
I think you were giving him as much of an earful back as I remember it.
Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips what make him so stubborn. You say something to him, Otto. Go on, see if you can get through to him.
He's up on the platform above us, is he? Where that machine that exploded is.
We can try, can't we, Rune? Gregsy will listen to us.
Okay, can we just... we examine or do we move up? Oh, we examine upwards.
That's where the Cove ended up after his instant kinesis, or whatever they call it. Dead, of course.
And yet they're calling the experiment a success.
What's the wooden scaffold there for?
I was hired at age 9 on the turntables.
The coppers, our lads, set that up after the incident happened. To get the body down, I think. Dunno, really.
Didn't you help to erect the scaffold then?
Nah, lookout duty's more my thing. Wandering around the exhibition and keeping a lookout for the fun stuff.
Man, Gregson doesn't hear you saying that, and he'll give you the boot.
Susato, hi?
Oh my god, she's so tiny. I love...
Kitty! Hi, Kitty!
Beloved! It's incredible though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged that gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? Okay. We got stuff and things down here. For some reason, the ground is damaged in this spot, look. How tall is Ryunosuke? Almost as if there was a fire here or something.
Yes, if you look closely, there's some scattered ash and burnt embers too.
168? How tall is Kazuma? Well, I suppose that was a big explosion just above here. God bless Benzies. 174. Close. I guess if you average Asogi and Shoms, that's where I stand. A freak of nature? I'm taller. People probably wouldn't bat an eyelid with a small fire like this would have been.
I'm not sure we English are quite that laid back, Runo.
You are not 178 because you are shorter than me, and I am 178.
You're tall too, Serena!
Yeah, a little. Well, my roommates are both below 5'6", so it's a bit comical.
Oh look, what's this? A ripped piece of cloth.
It's not like any fabric I've ever seen before. It's very thick and stiff. It looks extremely durable. Ronnie is short ass, Ronnie's tiny. Rise up by sitting on each other's shoulders. Yeah, if you stack 3 of you, you'll have one normal sized person.
It's canvas, I think, with some sort of rubber backing. And the edges appear to be a bit charred as well.
Maybe that means it has something to do with the explosion. Sorry! All of my friends are short, so I'm used to saying normal as like the one-hit KO word that makes them really, really mad. Oh no, my ankles! No, look, that's a lie. I don't have any ankles. I'm like a diglet.
Let's make a note of it while Ginny's mid-yawn. Piece of green cloth entered into the court record. I'm 178 centimeters. I believe it's 5'10". I want to look at that piece of evidence we just got.
It looks like layers of thick canvas with a thick rubber lining of sorts. It's 5'8"? Oh my god, have I been wrong about this my whole life? Are you sure that it's 5'8", or is it 5.8? So that's like out of 10. You know what I mean? Sometimes I look it up and I'm like, wait a minute, this isn't right because it's giving me a decimal. I just prefer cotton, sorry. Well, because 5.8 feet is not equivalent to 5 foot and 8 inches, because inches are 12. Because they don't use the like normal maths, it's not metric. It is 5'10". Ta-da! This is why we don't use imperial, it's confusing and bad. I can say that because it's a weeknight, so the Americans aren't here. I've never seen anything like it before, but applying this to Shom's methods, you might deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really, really didn't want to get wet. And the charring must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning. Exactly, Queen isn't here, we can get away with it. Our divine metric versus the heretical imperial. Heh. It is confusing and bad, but I cannot for the life of me remember my height in centimeters. Yeah, I only know because it's on my license, really. Okay, what else do we have here? We got hedges, we got the crystal tower. Yeah, what? We're investigating? I've been hoping it increase. Maybe one day, Ramen. The Crystal Tower, it's suddenly an apt name. It was built to be the focal point of the exhibition, and it definitely is, being so tall and with all that glass. I can't imagine a building like this ever being erected in Japan.
There are lots of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently. Of course, there's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum. And I heard you have to queue for 3 hours just to get through the doors.
Well, at the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may well be the biggest draw.
And thanks to that accident, the whole tower is shut.
Suddenly it's not the Crystal Tower anymore, but the Crystal Glass Shower.
Apparently everyone's taking to the skies now to look down on the disaster area from above instead. But there's a 3-hour queue to go up in a balloon now.
Londoners must be very patient people. Okay, can we, like, move? Is that how we get to Mr.? I believe that was a pun. How do we go up? Can I just investigate this? This platform must have been set up for the experiment, I suppose. It's very high up.
About 30 feet above the ground, apparently. That's what a policeman I just spoke to said.
I don't really understand feet very well. We don't use them in Japan. We should have had our conversation like a minute later.
Oh yeah, sorry. It's about 9 meters.
Superior metric.
But soon you have been in London a year, Bruno. It's time you got used to our measurement.
Yes, well, this thing is so tall, the spectators at the front would just have seen a wall and nothing else.
They probably thought they'd stick you at the best spot to watch from, only to be disappointed.
There's a saying in Japan, the darkest spot is right under the lighthouse. I feel like it probably applies here. What's this thing?
It looks as though somebody dropped something behind the tree just here.
Dropped or hid? What is this? Some part of the machine that exploded?
Maybe. It could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps.
What's going on here? Oh, nothing. I think I'll hang on to this, just in case.
Mysterious contraption.
Hog. Like Fahrenheit, for example. My heretical take is that Fahrenheit actually works really, really well as a metric for, like, weather measurement. Because it's essentially, like, 1 to 100 how hot it is. But Celsius makes more sense for literally everything else. Phallic. It does look a bit like a penis. I'm not allowed to touch it. How do I get to Gregson? I swear she said that we should go talk to him. I feel deranged. It's not on the move. Celsius is a measurement for water, Fahrenheit is a measurement for people. Exactly! Fermentation stage, prosecutor's office, prison, Lord Chief Justice's office, Shelm Suite, Narrow Hurdles Legal Consultancy. Okay, well, we'll figure it out. Does Gina have anything to say about this? Gina, would you take a look at... Oh, why did it go?
Looking for this letter?
When did she do that?
I wonder if you've got anything else to show me, eh? What do you reckon?
Give that back first, please. Yeah, I would like to show her this stuff that we just pilfered and probably shouldn't have. No, it's the same. Okie dokie.
Alright.
How do I... Celsius is more convenient as far as science goes, so measuring people with it is pretty much to avoid extra steps, I think. Yeah, that makes sense. Examine stairs? Ah, okay. I examined the sign that said exhibition, but not the stairs. The stairs obviously lead to the stage above. Thank you, Ramen. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted.
Here's Gina!
Little smooch for her forehead. 22nd October. The Great Exhibition. Grounds. The Great Exhibition Grounds. Experimentation stage. So that's it, is it? The machine that blew up.
Oh, it must have been a magnificent explosion.
And I've seen my fair share. Avoided the stun lock where Ionosuke gets out of the climb stairs for a good 30 minutes. It does look like a death ray. You've seen things like this before, you mean?
Of course! Halley's always doing experiments that end in a bang. In fact, in his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry.
Ah, that might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs. Okay, Josh. The text on that part goes so slowly.
One time, he made something that exploded with such force it took the roof off the building. I wish you'd been there to see it, Runo.
It's hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof.
Well, anyway, that's enough about that. It's time to investigate.
Look, Inspector Gregson is over there. He seems to be deep in thought about something. whilst eyeing up the machine carefully. Ram! Pug! Ta-da! Thank you, Keys! I think it came out pretty cute. Hold on, let me make it big. Ah, not stretched, just big. And out from behind chat. Hi! I'm huge. Ali, I'm glad you like it. Little baby sheep. Hey, Jew. Yeah, watch out, everybody. The real villain was me all along. Be afraid. Be very afraid. Little Scrimbler. The little bell! I'm glad you guys like it. Thank you, Cheeky! Thank you, Ramen! 2 of them. He seems to be deep in thought about something, whilst eyeing up the machine carefully. Really? He just looks confused to me. Gregson theme, yes! Oh, it's a nice camera motion. And then you start being afraid of you when you start convincingly voicing evil villain characters. It's really hard! Because I was going through all of my VODs, since I am... Some of them I can just export straight over from Twitch, but a lot of them I have to download and then re-upload, which has been a bit of a pain, which is why it's taking so long. But I think my register has gotten deeper though. I'd never tried to do any kind of voicing before this. Some people I think just work on it for fun, but I am not one of those people. I am sitting straight, Pug! Thank you for the posture check! I'm glad you think so. It's definitely, I was listening back and I'm like, oh, I can do it a bit deeper than that now. Which is Puggers! So maybe by the time we finish DGS, I will be able to lower my voice a little bit more. One day I'll get the Baroque Van Zeke's drool down. It ripped itself apart very magnificently, didn't it? Magnificently and mercilessly. I really like the voice you do for Van Zeke's. Thank you. Gumshoe VA? That would be really hard. I think that's like the absolute opposite of what I'm capable of. Van Zeke's and our new client go in pretty opposite directions. The thing that gets me, because I just gave Ryu my voice since I knew I would be having to do it a lot, but then Kazuma and Sholmes both have just like peppier, more emotive versions of Ryu, which means that on that one like bonus bit where they interacted, it was it's the same voice. It's okay. We're getting the hang of this. We're learning. All right. Magnificently and mercilessly. So someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air. Speaking to herself, yeah. Yes, beamed, not blasted. That's the point. Yes, that part's crucial, really. Is something like that even possible though, Iris? Oh, Bruno, I'm just a child. How should I know? A child when it suits you, you mean? From what I can tell, I think if you were to pull this— Stop! Don't touch that! That was practically instantaneous kinesis. You just flew over just now, Gregsy. Please, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here. I'm so sorry. You can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it. Wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful. Just like old times, this is a little Thomas. We're representing Professor Hairbrain in court tomorrow, Inspector, so we should be allowed to examine the scene. Huh. Listen, Sunshine, even I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. That blasted special dispensation for scientific equipment act to blame. It's driving me potty. You're supposed to savor a cup of tea? Haven't you heard the Japanese saying about tea, Josh? Drink tea while it's hot. Oh yes, that special dispensation. The professor mentioned that too. Ali. More red tape's all we need. I don't know what the government thinks it's playing at sometimes.
But we're allowed to just look, aren't we?
Eh?
Surely that's alright. Isn't it, Grexy?
Of course, your ladyship. Anything you say, your ladyship. Please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you? You can drink tea while it's hot and savor the taste.
Not if you're sucking up to Iris. Don't worry, we wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Bruno?
She really knows how to get what she wants. Can we talk to him? We can. Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body. And then beam him across to the Crystal Tower. It's an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public. True. It was by far the most unusual of the experiments planned for the exhibition, mind. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean. The government's doing everything it can to promote new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than the odd spot of public safety infringements. They can be the first to develop some new technology. It makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see. Yes, I suppose that's true in a way. The powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on scientists' rights at the moment.
What sort of rights?
They're making it so that any theories the brains have remain their legal property, as it were. Right through developing it into making Right through developing it into a practical idea and even going into production. Which is the infuriating reason us coppers aren't allowed to touch this crime scene. Because the new highfalutin Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act forbids it. Ah, I see now. The only people with permission to investigate here are from some brand new department at the Yard. A forensic investigation team, it's called. We've been relegated to keeping guard. Forensic investigation team? I'm going to drink some water. Any old fool can see this heap of scrap metal was a sham to begin with. But just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, we can't do a flaming thing with it.
Oh, Grexy. He's very head up, isn't he?
Remind me again, what's this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch the scene here? Are you having me at it, Sunshine? It's the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
Yes. I think Hurley mentioned that recently, with a real twinkle in his eye, as I remember.
I'm sure he did, your ladyship, I'm sure he did. Passed especially for this great exhibition it was. All scientists have to do is present their idea or inventions to some suits in the civil service. And if it gets rubber stamped, that's a guarantee of rights to maintain the invention's confidentiality. What does that really mean? Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day at this exhibition. Though a good half of them are a load of cobblers, if you ask me, put forward by shammers like yourself. Thanks for that.
I love how absurd some of the inventions here are. It's also fun.
It might be fun to you, but a member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration. Can you imagine, eh? Hang science, that's what I say. Ouch.
I don't think so. That sounds like my dream job.
You'd soon think otherwise after spending a day guarding all these shammers' bogus contraptions. But if they're all bogus, how can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point. Yeah, well, there is a point, sadly. Sorry? Thanks to another of our government's bright ideas. If any theory or invention is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant. The scientists get funding. Exactly. And that's what they're all after. All these shammers coming from far and wide to clog up Hyde Park. And who has to keep them all safe, eh? Who has to smile politely and welcome them? Us coppers, that's who. So you can see why I say it now, can't you? Hang science, hang it.
Maybe I can see your point.
Apparently Professor Harebrain lives and works in Germany now, conducting his research. That's right. Came back to Britain especially for the Great Exhibition, as I understand it. Probably after one of the government's research grants. Well, actually, we learnt something else about the professor earlier today. About his time in further education. It turns out he was at university with someone we both know. Lord Van Zieks. Eh? What's that? That's news to me. But if Van Zieks means the prosecution, then as the accused, the professor's fate is... sealed? Because the Reaper will get him in one way or another? Blimey. That man's beyond me. I don't know what goes on in that head of his. Talking of Van Zieks, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that?
Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper is completely fine. Nothing to worry about.
Yes, right. Glad to hear it. Still, the Reaper, huh? How long's that business gonna keep up, I wonder? The victim of this case, the investor, Mr. Asman. He was another of the Reaper's victims. Or so I heard. Lord Baroque Van Zieks is a top-class prosecutor, but even he can't always push the right verdict. Sometimes justice can't win. Yes, I've heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified. And that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it? Obviously, Scotland Yard suspected Van Zieks initially. We all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court. Although the man himself denies that charge. Well, done a very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reached is that Lord Van Zieks is in no way related to the deaths of those people outside the courtroom. There's no question in my mind. I'd stake my reputation on it, I would. But if that's true, then how do you explain it? All those defendants couldn't just have coincidentally died if nobody killed them. I know that, but I can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Reaper. Gina's stream avatar when? That would actually be so cute. Maybe I'll see if I can get that together before the next stream. I'm not sure how many slots I have on my software. We might have to start swapping them in and out. Professor Harebrain mentioned something else. He said that at university, Lord Van Zieks was a totally different person. Easygoing and kind. You what?
He said that it was after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. Do you have any idea what it was?
I use ViadoTube. Hang on. That one there. As far as I know, the slots are infinite. It looks like I can just keep creating states. But I'm not sure. Do you have any idea what it was? No clue. Really? Look, I've got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself elsewhere, eh? So that was a lie, right? No clue. At first I was like, oh my god, he doesn't know. I guess they are different. No. The way he immediately changes the subject, he's got no idea. I mean, he has every idea. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself elsewhere, eh? Okay, let's have a look around here. What have we got? All sorts of things that I can't... Okay. Considering how badly damaged everything is, Professor Harebrain was lucky to escape unscathed, I'd say. We should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think. Touch anything, and I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, you hear? I won't touch a thing, I promise. So please, spare a thought for your digestion. Infinite chips! Anyway, do you really think this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims? I just realised that due to my autism, which causes sensory issues, food time management games are impossible for me. I just thought you'd be interested in knowing things about me. Neat. He asked, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, maybe we could answer that question. But we can't, can we?
Because of the annoying rules, you mean?
Exactly. The annoying obstructive flaming rules.
Look at the base of the machine there. Getting crumbs everywhere! Hi Ghost Maisie, how are you?
I don't know if I've played any of those games. A copper who doesn't like the rules, shocker. Amazing. To be fair, the red tape does seem to be a bit of a thorn in his side.
And good things, I'm glad. Oh yes, there's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh.
It's a screwdriver, I think.
Isn't it a lovely one? The handle is in the shape of a capital letter A.
It is? Oh yes, you're right. A. What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything, I said. Touch anything and I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, I said. Yes, I understand. Sorry. I only touched it a teeny weeny bit.
Rexy, I'm very curious about this screwdriver. Really very, very curious.
Of course, your ladyship. You're so clever, your ladyship. Fancy spotting something like this. But I'm afraid, can't let you have it.
But Bruno found it first.
I assure you, I'll investigate it thoroughly. He's gone off with it.
That was very mean. I'm afraid Inspector Gregson is going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now.
Poor Gregsy. Right, you done here, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry?
Isn't it about time you were leaving? Or rather, it is about time you were leaving. That lot are here now.
That lot?
A forensic investigation team. They'll be giving me the heave-ho in a minute too.
Oh dear. Poor Gregsy. Here, have another cup of my special blends to cheer you up.
Good for him. That hit the spot. Yep, hits it every time.
Well, at least I've seen the scene with my own eyes. It looks like this is as far as we're going to get with our investigations here, at least. I've been thinking. Hallie might know something, mightn't he?
About what?
About Mr. Reaper.
About what happened to Lord Van Zeeks, you mean? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from university, and it also sounds like they used to know each other decently well. Something that completely changed his life. Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Sholmes at the moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he? Thank God we are seeing more Sholmes. Good for my soul.
Here, this is what you need.
What's this? Some kind of entrance ticket? Madam Tussbells. Is this supposed to mean something to me? I am so normal right now. I am a normal amount of excited about this. Vibrating at a frequency that could shatter glass.
You don't know it? It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We could go now, if you like.
No, we don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. We have a big trial tomorrow.
But that's where Hurley is.
What? At this popular London attraction?
Yes!
How is it that you know where he is?
Hurley told me, but he told me to keep it a secret from you, Runo.
Madam Tussbells. I don't see how it could be related to the case we're investigating here, but then stranger things have happened. And when they happen, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of them. So true, bestie. Anything else to say to Gregson? No, we finished examining here. He's remaining pretty tight-lipped, so I don't know if any of this is going to help us. Let's just move on. Let's go talk to Sholmes. 22nd October, Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxworks. What is this place? Look at all these terrifying scenes. Why are all the people so still? Guillotines? Ruthless murderers? I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight.
Well, they're all wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they?
It looks like, yeah, there's a couple of people we know.
What do you think, Bruno? Shocked?
Wax models? Ah!
Aw, you're scared of them.
I read about dead bodies in wax once, in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn into wax, apparently. It's called a adiposia.
Stop talking about creepy things like that, Bruno. You're scaring me. Anyway, adiposia doesn't form readily, you know. Ah! What now?
I've just remembered something else I read in another magazine about strange phenomena. There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display.
None of the exhibits in here are real.
Nice to know Ryu is bad with ghosts. He's so cute. Stop reading things, Ryu. Become illiterate. Madame Tussauds. Anyone else getting to spells somewhere? Thank you. Tussauds. I'm sure that doesn't say Tuspells.
They're all entirely man-made replicas.
They can't be. Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them. There's no way anybody could make models of people that are this realistic. And they're all such gruesome scenes. Beloved. Wait.
What is it?
One of these things is not like the other. Oh, no, I must be seeing things. Alright, let's go straight to the main event, shall we?
You turn on my little limpet here. Look at that.
John solved the Jack the Ripper case. Of course he did. It's the great detective, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes has his own wax statue in here? Really? I'm not so sure.
Well, he is world famous after all.
It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? It makes my skin crawl to look at it.
I know! But look, Reno, you can kick this Hurley and he doesn't move a muscle.
Get him, get him. You can't go around kicking the exhibits, Iris. Iris, do it again. Look, you can...
Look, Ryu, you can go up to this model and just punch him in the stomach. Look, you can just kick him in the shins as hard as you want. Just bite his kneecaps. Look, he doesn't feel a thing.
You can't go around kicking the exhibits, Iris. Wait. It just moved, I'm sure. And not just a little bit, either.
Really? Did it?
And look closely. There are beads of sweat on the face of this waxwork model. Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look! There's a great murder scene to enjoy, much more appealing. Who cares about this cruddy old statue? I mean, honestly, it's so boring. Look, I mean, they didn't even do a good job, did they? He's kind of ugly, don't you think? I mean, look at the shape of that. No. He's quite too ugly, honestly. Moving on.
Hold it!
My dear fellow, I take exception to your recoiling in such a manner, as if you've seen something truly abhorrent. Mr. Sholmes! I knew it. I really liked his holder. When was that? How long have we been going? 2 minutes, 2 hours and 34 minutes. Making a note to come back and listen to it again. Hey Riss, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruhodo. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean? And that kick! Could you not have exercised a little more restraint? You winded me!
But Bruno has something he needs to ask you.
A question. We really did kick him and then ignore him. Just the absolute worst thing you could do to him.
And I thought you'd probably be getting bored too. So here we are.
Well, I can't deny that your timing was impeccable. A mere 2 minutes more being stationary like that. And my great brain, upon which all my success has been built, would have turned to wax. Thank goodness we arrived in time. Indeed. In many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss.
Oh, Hallie, you do like to talk nonsense, don't you?
She is so mean to him, and I love her so much for it. He could know something, it's true, about Lord Van Zieks and what happened in the past to change him. Now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? But you're in luck. I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Iris, he's already dead. No, don't change him. Only make him worse, okay? He's perfect the way he is. Please do not fix him. Oh, well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry. And if my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken. Really? Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that it is related to the matter about which you've come to me now. But how could it be? Domesticate him? But he is so feral, beloved. We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow, but for now I must return to my work. What, back to being a temporary waxwork exhibit? Okay, I can talk to him, it looks like. I was going to wait until we finish the investigation portion and then take a break and then start the trial, but I really need to pee. So I'm going to take a super quick break now, less than 5 minutes, and then we will come back and talk to Sholmes and find out more about Van Zieks. Please, we have to find out more about Van Zieks. Okay, let me cue up some little music. Let's do Gregson's theme. What's that? The Great Detective's Great Fur. Okay, I will be super quick. Back in less than 5 minutes, probably less than 3. Okay, howdy. Thank you for bearing with me. Let's get the shows. Madame Tuspells. What is this place? Madame Tuspells came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Since she opened this little waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed great popularity in London. There are museums like this in Japan too, but these displays are something else. I mean, they aren't made from actual real people, are they? The extreme realism of these waxwork models is a particular secret of the Tuspells family, they say. They earned renown during the French Revolution for their waxworks of victims of the guillotine. Oh, that sounds grim. The gruesome scenes were portrayed with such realism in the expressions of the faces of the condemned.
Apparently, the sculptors would make the models directly from the corpses, right there at the site of the executions.
It really turns my stomach. That's just one of several legends about the Tuspells family. Whether there's any truth in it, I couldn't say. But anyway, this museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of the museum by quite some margin is this House of Horrors. House of Horrors? Of course! Visitor numbers are dwindling now as a result of the Great Exhibition. But people usually flock here to see the exhibits of some of London's most vile criminals at their gruesome work. Naturally, most of the miscreants portrayed here were sent to the gallows. So they're even stiffer now than the models of them! Have you heard of poor taste? My dear fellow, the public live for poor taste. They yearn to be shocked. So, the hideous exhibits in here are...
They're all portrayals of real events that actually took place.
Is it just me, or did the temperature in here just seem to drop? Anyway, I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here. Oh, he's back to being a waxwork, is he? I like that he's gone for a bit of a strong arm pose. Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Sure thing, sir. What do you mean by a temporary waxwork, Mr. Sholmes? What muscles, Sholmes? Exactly. He's all, yes, we could go for fisticuffs, but like... Really? Exactly what you see! I'm part of the exhibits here, catching these criminals in the act. Catching them? Every half an hour, I home in on a different killer in one of the displays and adopt a new pose to ensnare him. I could snap him like a twig. Wouldn't that be fun? When members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake. For a shilling, I'll happily allow them to take a photograph with us. Us? Does he mean him and the waxwork murderers in here? But... why, Mr. Sholmes? My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money! You really roared at me there. Very fitting for the House of Horrors. As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent, and I have the ravenous iris to consider.
Oh, honey, I'm so hungry.
If push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Narrowherder. What's he threatening to rope me into now? So, with that in mind, how about a photograph? As a special treat, you may have your pick of the murderers and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours. Maybe some other time. Remember, Mr. Narrowherder, ignore me at your peril. Back to being a waxwork again. Is it just me, or did his final remark there sound a lot like a curse? He just likes attention. Well, what is it you'd like to ask me then? Actually, it's about Lord Van Zeeks. Ah, our friend Mr. Aoife. How did you find him? Well, I trust? And so I filled Mr. Sholmes in about everything I'd learned. about Lord Van Zieks, about Professor Harebrain, and about the strange coincidence that they had been at university together. Can you also get his opinion on the compatriot, on the apprentice, please? So I'm wondering what it was that happened to make Lord Van Zieks such a different person.
I was sure that you'd know, Harley.
You said there was something going on here in this exhibit hall before. That something was afoot. And that you believed it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Mr. Sholmes? He suddenly clammed up. Well, seems we've reached the unavoidable. Greetings. Oh, I like this design. Oh, she looks very cool. Oh, hello. Where did she appear from? And what's she wearing? Could she look any more mysterious? I hope you are appreciating my museum. I love her. Sorry, have we... Mr. Sholmes, do you know this? He was going to tell us! Oh, you beautiful woman.
My apologies. I am Esmeralda Two Spells. This is my Museum of Waxwork.
But you're the Madame Two Spells.
Bien sûr. Though only 26 years young, I might add.
Is that significant somehow?
I am a madame in name only. It adds a certain je ne sais quoi.
Right.
Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks, or rather, one waxwork in particular.
That'll be Mr. Sholmes then.
I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle.
Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there will be toil and trouble. Queen shit.
She sounds deadly serious.
Put him in the suit! That's a problem. Soup him, boys.
How am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord Van Zieks now?
Exactly! God damn it!
Let's not forget what Harley said before, about something being afoot right here in the museum, I mean.
Yes, I know, but... Do we get to waxworks this?
I'm so curious. I want to know what's happening here.
Haven't we got enough on our plate already? Did you make all these waxworks, Madame Two Spells?
I did. I am the third generation of waxwork artisans, you know. My gosh! It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. Her fortunes were checkered, living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution as she did. Or that is when she acquired the savoir-faire that leads to the astonishing lifelikeness. All these waxworks really do look as though they're alive. In fact, they look more alive than Hallie.
What you see exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal past.
All the waxworks were created in the presence of the real people on which they are modelled, in the hours immediately following their execution. That is the secret to the extraordinary lifelikeness.
Well, that sounds terrifying.
All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. To carry out one's trade par excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see.
Why couldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying?
Do not fear.
Sorry?
This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme. I do hope you'll explore. There are models of famous singers, actors, politicians. Something for every taste, I hope.
It was Iris who dragged me straight in here, come to think of it.
Sorry, perhaps I should have eased you into things.
What's the situation with that? Ah, my temporary waxwork model. He approached me some days ago, you see, with a business proposal. Oh, what sort of proposal? My dear madam, what these bath exhibits need is the addition of a world-famous great detective. Or words to that effect. Huh. Naturally, I am well aware that Mr. Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective. A great detective, actually. He's very specific about it. Yes, the creme de la creme. So I was keen to come to some arrangement with him, of course. But sadly, we were unable to agree terms. Let me guess. Someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for his services? For a mere £500, I will dive into your cauldron of wax this very moment. Or words to that effect. Mr. Sholmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch. Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment due to unforeseen circumstances. King, you can do better? Perhaps. I would pay more. So we came to the current arrangement instead. Surely he doesn't really need to do what he's doing though, does he? I would think not, but he was very insistent. I have a 50 shilling problem that must be resolved by this morning. Good for him. All words to that effect. It's the pawnbroker, that's what it is. You must have something to redeem. Is the consulting detective work not going so well? I wonder, could I ask you something? Bien sûr. Well, I'm just curious, is anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps? Whoever suggested such a thing to you? Oh, well, it was your temporary waxwork over there who mentioned it to me a little... Oh, he's disappeared. A wax model is a work of art, not some tawdry object for trade. But there you are. Brady, hi! Yeah, we got a new redeem! Ram! Hey, hey, hi! How you doing? But there you are. Leaving the exhibit again when you should be working. Do you wish to be melted down? Why, Ram? Because I'm an Aries. I think sheeps are cute. My dear Madame Dispels, save your reprimands. There are more pressing concerns. The wax can wait. It's our ideas about your current problem we must throw into the melting pot instead. That's so cute. Thank you. Personally, I would advise you not to involve the police. Why ever not? She's turned as white as a sheep. Because you have at your disposal a great detective whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings. Though please be aware that I prefer... No, I insist upon payments in advance. Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live up to his name, shall we? Before I engage my analytical processes, I must ask you to clarify something. What, pray, is behind the curtain? Deduction time! Please, logic and reasoning spectacular, I want to see them spin! That is the To-Spell special exhibit. There is an extra charge to see it. Ah, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. It must depict a special killer then, I presume. Would you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder? Absolument no. There is nothing amiss behind there. Nothing amiss, madame? What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain? Yeah, a body falls over. I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond before the situation worsens. Yes, very well. I will draw back the curtains, but only a soupçon. Soup, Con. Soup. Put him in the soup. Soup pot. I must confess, I peeked behind the curtain early. The Truspell's special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. What does strike one, however, is the portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor. Well then perhaps, Mr. Sholmes, that man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself. Ryu's got that lawyer brain! Think outside the box. I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman. Not even a waxwork, in fact. What? As skillfully made as these waxworks are, they are always distinguishable from real humans. So, allow me to present my two conclusions. The first is that a sizable business transaction has been taking place in this special exhibit. Why would you say that? This tune is so good. All three of the deductions are really good. And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime. He looks as pale as candle wax. I don't understand. So, Madame Tuspels, as you've agreed to my fee, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famous detective, famously great detective, and temporary exhibit at work. Yes! Hoggies. The great deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Waxwork's fate. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some £200. That is all my own money. So what does this large sum of money reveal? Not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Tuspels. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the £200 is revealed by that public notice. Waxwork for sale? Your business has hit hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer, the centerpiece of your special exhibit, for the sum of £200. No! Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the £200. It would appear that you twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively. What are you suggesting? You rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of £200. Only when he came to hand the money over did it all occur to him what an extortionate amount he was paying. The money was no longer in his hands. And the result? The scene we see before us. He collapsed in shock. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit fetched a killer price. We can only pray that the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret. Conclusion: sold for cash. Topic 2. Waxwork location. The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a minute. You cannot possibly... What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his neckerchief. Such as is worn by policemen as a secret sign to fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. Yes, this young man is an undercover policeman currently investigating this museum. I know him well, in fact. It's Sergeant John Clay. What are you talking about? The man's quite a celebrity. He received triple accolades at last year's policing awards. What? Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with a particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle. Almost, in fact. As if he were a waxwork. But you... Your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madame. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe! The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a wax tag is obviously the price tag. Roppence? Tragically low price, you might say. Though perhaps the going rate for aging waxworks riddled with cracks. And yet you sold it to the portly gentleman for an exorbitant £200. A sort of plucky behaviour that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard. Isn't that so, madame? I do not... Yes, the waxwork you sold has already been seized by the police and remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave in the special exhibit, and not a moment too soon. Conclusion? Discovered already. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Okay, Ryu, let's set him straight. I see I've stunned you all into silence. You have, Hallie. You have. And you've obviously upset this young lady in the process. Her portrait looks awfully hot. If I could just bring up one point, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the notorious Naruhodo 1 point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow. According to your deduction, then, the special exhibit featured this old policeman. So, that would mean that he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? The killer policeman, Otomo. Sorry? It was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. The police rushed to the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared into the ether. And it turned out the culprit was a policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Otomo. So you mean that's who the sinister-looking old man there is supposed to be? Indeed! It is a particularly grim face, is it not? Unforgettable, in fact. Yes, I remember that odious countenance only too well. But is £200 a lot of money for a wax model? It would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages, if that puts things in perspective. So, it is quite a lot then. Is there anything else you wish to add? Before I melt you down? That bubbling wax is looking more and more ominous.
Oh, the smell of all that molten wax is starting to worry me.
Mr. Sholmes did more or less just accuse her to her face, so I think I might have to call on your assistance here, Iris, if that's alright. Make some minor corrections to the great detective's great deductions.
Of course it's alright. We'll soon set things straight.
Well, let's get started then, shall we? Before Madame Tuspels vents her anger. Just what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow. So, Madame Tuspels, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. Alright. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Waxwork's fate, conclusion sold for cash? To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some £200. That is all my own money. But what does this large sum of money reveal? Ah, not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Tuspels. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the £200 is revealed by that public notice. She definitely looked in this direction, it's true.
But I'm not sure she'd sell any of her wax wipes, even for £200.
Oh?
She must pour her heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax. If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything.
That much money, I would. But it sounds like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway. I wonder if the £200 could have some other significance.
Let's follow that furtive glance again and see if there's anything else that could explain it.
Ooh, okay. What have we got? We've got the portly man, got these red things, got the public notice. Ah, there we go.
What's that note doing pinned on the wall there?
Oh yes, let's see. Dear Madame Tuspels, we've taken the prisoner from this room. The price for his safe return is £200. Have the money ready by noon on 23rd October. What? This is... It's just like the sort of thing that's left behind when someone is kidnapped.
Yes, it's a ransom note.
Exactly. Ransom note. Cool.
Take that!
The significance of the £200 is revealed by that ransom note. Quite so. And we must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness, abducting a waxwork. £200 is no small ransom fee, yet you clearly intend to pay it. The model in question has special importance. I put together all the money I have. In summary then, the £200 you have in your handbag is ransom money. Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the £200. So if the waxwork was kidnapped, where does that leave us in terms of who this man is? Right? When I first saw her show up, I was like, Ali's gonna like her. I really like her design. I like her long pink braid out the back.
We could just ask him when he comes around.
I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris.
Yes, you're right. Hallie's trying so hard, we mustn't let him down.
Her hat, her belt, her bag, her cloak. I love her. Well, there's little doubt that he suffered a shock. That much seems clear. But in that case, what's Madame Tuspels trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around. Is this actually her hand? Doubt.
Who's the girl with the Mickey Mouse hat? This is Iris. She's 10, she's a genius, we love her.
I love her so much. That's our landlord's daughter? I guess she's technically our landlord.
She's our daughter. This is just Madame Tuspel's right hand, isn't it?
Yes, it must be. I can clearly see her left hand after all.
But wait a minute. This is the left hand as well, look.
Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please.
And it seems very stiff, too.
By the way, hi, sweaty. Sorry, I was so excited about getting to talk about Iris.
How you doing? In fact, it's really hard.
You mean... it's made of wax?
They're basically going, oh, I love the designs so much to
Almost every character in this game. But the designs are good. They did a good job.
Alright, how are you? I'm good.
We are hogging mostly. We are very specifically not thinking about something. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Okay. What are we proving here? That she's something she's hiding? It's gotta be this hand, right?
Take that!
Kazuya Niri put his whole Niri into the designs, of course we gotta appreciate them. Not thinking sounds like my jam. Hog. Without that man, such a shocking blow was, of course, the waxwork hand. Indeed. With a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow. How could you? A hand protruding from the bottom of your cape. It ought to be a right hand, but closer inspection reveals that in fact, it's a left hand. Ah. And somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, madame. It is the hand of a waxwork model. Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage. So you mean that arm? Yes. This gentleman saw fit to try to remove it as a souvenir. No small keepsake. She was storing it under her cloak. We saw it. It was sticking out the back. Like taking a whole branch of a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms. I am afraid I had to teach the man a lesson. You confronted the man and tried to take the arm back. They always keep it on them. Unbelievable, honestly. So sloppy. And the result? The scene we see before us. He was knocked unconscious. A point we may need to revisit later, but for the time being, we have our conclusion. Go put it in the soup pot. Use it to stab. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit has been kidnapped. He was not sold for cash. The waxwork's fate is kidnapped. Alright, topic 2, waxwork location. Discovered already? Go get in the car, we're having hand soup. The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a moment. You cannot possibly. What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his neckerchief. According to Mr. Sholmes, the yellow neckerchief is a sign to other policemen that some crime is underway. A way of communicating with his colleagues without revealing his identity, yes. It's a secret that's closely guarded by Scotland Yard. That Mr. Sholmes didn't hesitate to give away. Well, uncovering secrets is in any true detective's nature, of course. It's like the hanky code. Precisely. Right. Anyway, judging from Madame Tuspel's reaction to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, I think perhaps we might not have identified the man quite correctly. Okay. Well, he's missing an arm. That's certainly part of it. I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say this is the thing. Sorry. What the? The man has a stub sticking out of his shoulder where his arm should be.
Oh well, that settles that then.
Right. This isn't a real person at all.
His entire arm's been ripped off from the shoulder down.
His arm's been... Of course. That ties in with what we just found out. No! Josh, you don't forget what you told me last time. I'm immune. Sitcom laugh track. I should get one of those.
Take that!
Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his shoulder stub. You were the one who gave me that power. Thank you so much, Josh. No such boneless human walks this earth. Of that I can assure you. In other words, the man standing here, the young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact defying all odds, a waxwork model. I seem to remember it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes. He has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. I simply had to make a model of the man. Naturally. What other explanation could there be? And it was this detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor in the special exhibit, wasn't it? Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with a particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle. Almost, in fact, as if he were a waxwork. But you... Your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madame. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. A killer policeman called Ottomore, was it? Was he well known?
It was all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like. It's a very low price though. Threepence isn't much money.
Only enough for a few measly hours of gas in Mr. Garrideb's delightful lodgings, in fact. So this is the special killer taken from the special exhibit, is it? The waxwork that somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom for £200? Is this crusty old killer policeman Ottomore? Really?
Perhaps we should have a good look around again and see if another idea crops up.
Oh. Well, that's something, isn't it? Look at this. The old man's tapping his foot like crazy.
He seems to be fast asleep though.
He's not tapping his foot consciously then? So you mean...
It must be a twitch.
Oh my god, Twitch, that's us, guys. Never mind that. The point is, waxworks don't tap their feet.
Or twitch.
Look at his arm, too. We've seen a scarf like that somewhere else around here, haven't we?
He's an undercover policeman.
I don't believe it.
It's the secret sign that lets other detectives know some criminal activity is underway.
Yes, it's a slightly strange choice of outfit if he was trying to go unnoticed.
He must be a detective disguised as a policeman.
Love that Shelms has been working here for a while but still doesn't know who is a wax model and who isn't. We love an idiot. Or a detective disguised as the waxwork model of a policeman.
He doesn't look like he's clever enough to think of something like that though.
Perhaps you should try to be a little more polite about him, Iris. Okay, scarf on the arm or the tapping leg? I think the twitch.
Take that!
Don't tell him he's going to start trying to chew on them like the phone. It's for science, Ramen. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious twitch. Even the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a twitch. In other words, this splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard. Slight shift in your choice of adjectives then. And there you have it. Well, Madame Tuspels?
Well, what?
It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place. He is clearly fatigued. He is sound asleep. But then, what's this tag about showing a price of 3 pence? No doubt the price tag of the muffler, which the old Bobby purchased recently at a local market. And I presume you've observed the scarf tied around his arm? Does that not strike you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, the secret sign used by detectives to show that some criminal activity is currently underway. Of course, because, as you know, there has been just such criminal activity happening here. As you deduced from the very beginning, detective. So, it would seem that we finally arrive at the truth. The waxwork of the especially ruthless killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped. And Scotland Yard are already investigating. I love when they do their little spins. But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus concludes Herlock Sholm's great deduction of this horrifying puzzle.
Waxwork location? Still a mystery. Solved! Deduction complete. Elementary.
Allie. All sorts of people visit my museum here. Men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. The deductions are the best part of this game. They're really good. They're a little co-op spin. That's what makes it. Anyway. Your great deduction was even more enchanting than I had been led to believe. That animation was so good. That was so cute. It was a pleasure, my dear madame. I'm gratified that you enjoyed the spectacle. I am also in love with her. I must be a rough customer. I have no doubt he will gain consciousness shortly and return home. What concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display, if it was indeed genuinely abducted. Yes, tragically it was. And then I would ask you to recount to us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork, in as much detail as possible, if you please. Very well. But after I have told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work. Do we think, perhaps, that this is how they pulled off the, he disappears on one side and appears on the other? Do you think maybe they used a very realistic waxwork? For our murder trial that we are supposed to be investigating but are distracted by? The talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish. Don't think you're off the hook here, Sholmes. I have not forgotten that you need to tell us about Van Zieks. Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please. It was some days ago now, when I came in here one morning. I immediately noticed that a waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here. It is your most prominent display, so that's why the curtains were closed. And I found the ransom note in its place. The culprit must have broken in during the night. The culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it then. So this waxwork that was stolen, it was a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose? Of a particularly horrible criminal, in fact. The killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other, I would say. The Professor. Not a name I've heard of. So, Mr. Naruhodo, seems the circle is complete. Sorry? The Professor case happened at around the time I was born, didn't it? Oh! The circle is complete! Okay. Listening is on. Indeed it did, Iris. 10 years ago, a series of murders that rocked the capital. 10 years ago. Yes, at exactly the time that Barak Van Zieks graduated from university, in fact. What? Surely he's not saying. So the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life. As you've surmised, it was the Professor case. Who was this Professor then? It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. After 5 victims were killed, a man was arrested and put to death. And now he's immortalized here in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. Though of course, he happens to be absent at present on account of the abduction. But I don't understand. Professor Keosogi, perhaps? Or Professor Aishin. But I don't understand. How is all this related to Lord Van Zieks? You must first understand, my dear fellow, why it is that the Professor earned such infamy. It was due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest. What do you mean, Harley? Those murdered by the Professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy. Members of the nobility, even royalty. It sent shockwaves through the country's administration. Including the Baskervilles, perhaps? Aishin. Wax. Wilson or Mikotoba. I mean... I didn't consider that Aishin could be Wilson. That actually makes a lot of sense. Okay, no. Alright, let's just see what he has to say. What Professor Harebrain said. Lord Van Zieks is from a family with noble blood. Oh gosh. Right, so this would be probably the guy from the painting. It was the 5th victim that led to the professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name of Clint Van Zieks. There it is. Cotton and Chat's Theatre of Logic and Reasoning. Oh boy. No, I don't believe it. Van Zieks. I'm sure you can piece together the rest for yourself. In the wake of his older brother's murder, the young Baroque pursued a career as a prosecutor, and eventually became the Reaper we know today. We are going to the murder board after this. I've got some thoughts. I had no idea Lord Van Zieks had such a tragic past. Yeah, the portrait must be his brother. Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter, for the time being at least. After all, I have work to do. As a waxwork exhibit. I am afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well. Oh yes, of course. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Yeah, we're just gonna leave that man passed out there, don't worry about it. Well, none of the predicted scenarios I've been analysing involved you coming to visit me here. Wait, who's this? Well, none of the predicted scenarios I've been analysing involved you coming to visit me here. It's been too long, it really has. I'm delighted to see you, Baroque. It's been 10 years, and here we are, meeting in a prison of all places. I can't forgive myself for what happened to Mr. Asman, I just can't. I still can't believe it could happen. Mr. Asman is the victim. Tomorrow the court will decide. You can't face that, Raman. He's too repressed. Mr. Asman A. Shin? Odie Asman? Yes. I have a young Eastern man acting for my defense. He seems reliable enough, though. It was an accident. A terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it. I must warn you. Oh, I know. I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you? Yes. Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories. Baroque, are you really... What? Never mind. I know that you have my best interests at heart. My friend is on trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else. Of course, I fully understand. Thank you, Baroque. Until tomorrow, then. I'll see you in court. And we get it to be continued. Oh boy. Yeah. Sorry, it's yelling at me because I'm sliding them back into place for a minute. Let's get to work, shall we? Who do we want? Let's do deduction again. Oh boy, indeed! Okay, that was a lot. That was an awful lot. I feel like I need to clear my board, I've got too much going on. Before next stream, I will go over this. There's a lot of old clues that we don't believe in anymore, stuff like that. Right, I didn't end up formatting this, but I just pasted in text. Sorry, Clip Studio's like text editing is really, really bad. Okay. This was Baroque Van Ziek's statement about his friend. When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of trusting friendship and trust with another Nipponese only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. What I'm thinking is, what if the betrayal Barak Van Zieks was betrayed and he lost his brother. That's pretty miserable. The person doing the murdering was a police officer. Thank you, Ramen. I appreciate the offer to get that checked. Okay, so what was the police officer's name again? Otomol. Otomol was the police officer's name. Otomol doesn't sound Japanese. It would be weird for there to be a Japanese person in the police force, so the betrayal probably isn't that that person was the murderer. So at least we've got that. Oh, stretch and hydrate, yes sir! Water drink. And I am stretching. Okay. So, we have, how do I add that? Just here will do. But Otomol is a murderous police officer. Now, he was quite high up, he was in charge. I do think that whatever Van Ziek's betrayal is, I think is 10 years too long ago? He retired 5 years ago. Which makes me feel like maybe the betrayal happened 5 years ago rather than 10, now that we actually have enough information to put both things into timeline. Although, Sholmes did say that his best friend at this time was Japanese, which does imply that, you know, if they were still friends 5 years later, Sholmes probably would have said his best friend 5 years ago was Japanese. But no, he specifically mentioned 10 years ago. So then the betrayal must be tied up in this. Otomol really doesn't sound like a Japanese name. So it wasn't the murderer, it had to be someone else. This is what made him decide to become a prosecutor. Was his friend older and was prosecuting and did a bad job? Was his friend someone who helped? I'm not smart enough for this. Was his friend a defense? No, it all comes back to being a defense attorney. If his friend was a defense attorney who ended up defending the person who killed his brother, he would absolutely see that as a betrayal. So his friend would have to be slightly older. Mikotoba or Kazuma's dad. Both possible. I still am fully on my Kazuma's dad theory. But if Kazuma's dad betrayed him, then there's no way that the thing that we aren't talking about, there's no way that Barak would be okay with that if it was an Asogi who betrayed him in the first place. And he must know. Unless he doesn't. No, he must. Unless he doesn't. I'm gonna say it. I'm sorry guys, I have to voice it. If Barak's apprentice is somehow Kazuma Asogi, perhaps that's Kazuma trying to get close to him, so that he can understand the person that his father betrayed. Now, let's keep in mind that whatever this betrayal is, Lord Strongheart knows about it, so it definitely makes sense that it was something that happened through the justice system. We also know, I think it's fair to conclude that the Baskervilles were involved. It seems like it was a string. Sholmes said it was 5 murders? Let me add that in. It was 5 murders of high-profile families. So, the Van Zieks, probably the Baskervilles, judging by the look of their dog's collar. They were rich as all hell. Then the collar disappears. This probably relates to a string of thefts, which is why that Sholmes was off investigating a crown mystery. Probably one of the other 5 families had a crown stolen from them that then ended up in Asia somehow. Perhaps even the tiara that Pavlova got from the Prussian, oh my god, twice, from the Prussian Earl. Perhaps that was also part of the things that were stolen. Or maybe that was just a throwaway thing, you know, whatever. Okay. I think my theory at this point is that I'm not sure if his name is Karuma. His name, he could mean crown as in mystery to solve for the queen. Oh, that's True. I've actually forgotten what his exact words were. I know that I had access to those exact words. Let me find them. I have them in like a spoiler-free place. Wait, I open up the place where I theorize and I see Tony having a terrible time because nothing is working. Yeah, okay. I'm glad to see we're in the same place. Oh, the professor, not Otomo. Thank you so much. I got the names mixed up. That's really important. Okay. Thank you so much. I completely mixed up the names. The professor. Well, that could be literally anyone. I'm still... Okay, in that case, the professor could still be... It wouldn't be John Wilson, because he wouldn't be allowed to just go to Japan. What if it's Aishin? That's what I'm thinking. How does Gregson... How old is Gregson? Is he in his... 40s? 50s? Is Gregson old enough to have been the investor? I think I was right. I think these are correct. Aishin is the culprit. Aishin is the name of the professor. The defense attorney on that case was someone Asogi, whose name starts with K. I think it could be Karuma, because that would mean that Kazuma gives his sword the name of his father, knowing that it carries his father's soul. It could be something completely different. So, Aishin is the culprit. Karuma, maybe Asogi, defends him. Baroque Van Zieks takes this as a huge betrayal. They get into a fight, he gets scarred by the sword, Karuma, or, you know, unrelated. Maybe he gets scarred in, like, some kind of altercation with the professor, hard to say. He's 45, so if this was 10 years ago, he would have been 35, absolutely would have been a detective on the force. T. Gregson is the detective involved, and J. Wilson is the medical examiner. The details of this case make it really unsafe for Wilson, so he starts moving around the world, which is why Iris doesn't meet him for ages. This is also why Sholmes couldn't take Iris with him when he went to or near Japan. Too dangerous to be around Wilson, perhaps. It's sort of weird that Wilson would have to run away, but Gregson doesn't. I don't quite have an explanation for this. I'm out of tea, this is the worst, I'm sorry. Maybe he got scared by the professor? I mean, perhaps. If Aishin must be behind bars now. Or dead. He would have been executed, actually. And we know that there was a trial. It's possible that Aishin escaped after the trial. It's also possible that he was properly put down. Meanwhile, okay, so if we take that as fact, then Kazuma Asogi, he grows up and he learns this about his father. He becomes a lawyer. He's like, oh, I'm going to reform Japan's system. But this is sort of just an excuse to get him to England, where he wants to meet Baroque Van Zieks and learn more about that. Did Baroque Van Zieks wouldn't have killed his father? Does he want to... See, the problem with this, actually, now that I think about it, is that it means that his father wouldn't have done anything wrong. All he did was his job. So why would Kazuma feel the need to correct that? We don't know that he was going there to correct anything, we just know that he had a mission. Did he want to learn more about his father, maybe? Explore what his life looked like, meet the people involved in it? We don't know anything about the professor, including his job, Otomola's police, but we don't know about it. Good call, thank you for telling me to, I forgot to remove that as well. Okay, what layer am I on? Jesus. Okay, 5 murders of high-profile victims. We know that that includes, oops, Flint Van Zieks, and I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that it also includes one of the Baskervilles. Somehow involving their dog, whose collar has been stolen. Maybe he wants to redeem what his dad has done wrong. Well, the thing is, if I'm right about Baroque's betrayal being that his friend defended the person who killed his brother, that's not really a wrong. That is no wrong to right. What happened to Kazuma on that ship? Okay. We have a poison that kills you and brings you back to life. I have gone back and forth on whether or not this is important. I think it's so weird that they didn't explain that. It's out of character for an Ace Attorney game to have a plot hole that big. They would never bring up something that huge. Like, and then not explain it. And you don't see someone get up and start walking around again and then not think that maybe Kazuma did the same. Especially now that it might not be him. Who else would it be? This mysterious apprentice whose face we don't see. Who else is that gonna be? He looks so familiar. The way Ryu talked about him, the fact that this guy doesn't talk to anyone. But why? He gets smuggled into England. It takes 6 months. Where's he been for the past 6 months? Was he conscious? Why would he not want to talk to Ryu? Does he think he's undercover? Does Van Zieks not know? Why would Van Zieks take him under his wing if he doesn't know anything about him? Why would Van Zieks take him under his wing if he does know anything about him? It doesn't make sense for that to be Asogi. But it really seemed like him. Asogi is dead. Kazuma Asogi died. He was killed by a ballerina, coincidentally, on the SS Barrier. That's nonsense! You say it out loud and it sounds just as nonsense as it is. Maybe Van Zieks takes him in because Strongheart strong-armed him? Why would Strongheart do that? I mean, it's not like he has any motives to... Well, we don't really know what Strongheart's motives are, besides that he wants to study forensics further. I think this is it, though. I think the Professor Aishin and Kei Asogi is not Kazuma. It's his it could be an older brother or something. I'm saying father. Father is not the important detail. The important detail is an elder figure who is important to him. Strongheart does seem really manipulative, and I do think he's like a villain. I don't know how the Russians tie into this. Unless perhaps there was a Russian who happened to be here who had part of their stuff stolen as well? I don't know. I don't know. Why is it you? Why are you here? How? It doesn't make sense for that to be him. None of that adds up. He's supposed to be dead. He's fully dead. Even if he were given strychnine, even if strychnine could work like that, which, I mean, we've seen that it could, if the dosage could be adjusted, or it doesn't have to be strychnine, it could be some poison based off of strychnine that they've been developing in Japan since they are working on poisons. Even if he was given that, why? Why? Mikotoba lobbies so hard to get him on the ship. And then Sholmes is on the ship for a very specific reason, I might add, is what he says. Sholmes is on the ship. He's the only one who could have, unless it was Hosonaga. Unless it was Hosonaga. Well, regardless, someone was working with Mikotoba if this is the case, because Mikotoba is the one in charge of poisons. And then they must have been the one to poison Kazuma and take him out of the picture. Both of those people, if they're working for Mikotoba, it doesn't make sense. If they're not working for Mikotoba, where did they get the poison? Because Mikotoba then covers up his death in Japan. Oh, unless Kazuma really needed to get close to Barak Van Zieks for some reason, and so it was important that he seemed dead in England, but they don't want him to seem dead in Japan because then that would be such a shock to the people who knew him there when he's not dead at all. The copium is strong right now. I know, it just... Everything that Ryu said during that encounter, it was so fishy. He looked like him. He had his chin, he had his build. If Kei Asogi is not Kazuma, then 3/4 are dead and Gregson is the only alive person. That's what I'm scared of. To be fair, we don't know that Aishin is dead. He could have, like, escaped or something. I don't think that's likely, but it's possible. And we also don't know that Kazuma's father is dead, although I am assuming that he is. But yeah, that's been my concern since the start, right? Is Gregson in danger? Yuri men all be looking like that, to be fair. Ryu has a tie. I mean, true. I don't want to think that it's him, because it doesn't make sense! That's deranged! This is a crack theory! Who else would it be? It could just be some guy. Why would they introduce some guy? I just want him to be alive so bad. I am fully on the copium. I am on the hope. I am blindly wishing. It could be him. Mikotoba covers up his death in Japan because he's not really dead, and Kazuma should be able to return to his old life eventually without everyone being like, oh my god, I thought you were dead. That kind of tracks. That kind of just a little bit tracks. I'm back on the Juliet poison. I'm back on the Juliet poison bullshit. I think he was Juliet poisoned. It could be algae. Yeah, you're right, it could be algae. What would Mikotoba get out of this? That's a really good question, Roman. Mikotoba. I mean, I think he would help Kazuma just to help Kazuma, but... well, he knew Wilson. He knew Wilson. He knows... Mikotoba knows. That's the important thing, right? He also knows about whatever this Baskerville's mystery is. So what he gets out of this is the same thing that Sholmes gets out of this, is finally putting an end to this trial. I think there was something weird in this trial that didn't go the way it should have and resulted in some kind of cover-up. Whether it was false evidence, whether it was corruption in the force, hard to say. I think something went wrong, and for some reason Mikotoba and Sholmes can't talk about it, but they want it exposed. Strychnine is a common enough poison that it would have showed up on a post-mortem though, if Olive could have gotten it so easily at the market. Right. I don't believe it was actually strychnine. I believe they might have been developing a poison based off of strychnine. I do think that Asogi's death was something other than what we think it is. That I am certain of. Poison seems like the most likely thing just because of how prominent it's been. All of the major players so far have been involved with poison in some way. And we have seen that forensic science isn't advanced enough to detect everything yet. Oh my god, no, this song is too stressful. We can't listen to this one. I don't know, I feel insane. I shall leave you to crackhead theories. Let me know if anything important comes up. I'm asleep. Good night. Good night! Thank you for hanging out, Josh. Sleep well. Where'd my other notes go? I moved them all around. Okay. I want that one written on here too. I have to... one thing I do know. There we go, just going fully deranged with this one, don't worry about it. Since I'm certain of that, that's the dog collar of the Hound of the Baskervilles. Yeah, I'm sure that Strongheart's like involved. He's really important and we haven't seen enough of him yet. It's him! Mikotoba and Sholmes don't... Look. Sholmes is very well respected. This is why he can't expose it! Okay. Sholmes is extremely well respected. He sells... Sorry. I've looked away from chat, by the way. Sorry. I will look back in a moment. Sholmes says, it was Soseki Natsumi, arrest him, and Scotland Yard does it. And yet, he can't be the one who exposes this. I've been wondering why. It's because not even he has the power to go up against Lord Strongheart. Everything needs to come out in an official trial. Something happened in this trial that Lord Strongheart absolutely covered up. And now everyone wants to expose him. This is why Barak Benzik is like, no, play the disc, Gregson. Play the fucking disc. This is why he is so nervous about playing the disc. It's because he's the last person alive, and the only thing keeping him alive is that he appears completely loyal to Strongheart. Okay. Mikotoba. He wants Strongheart exposed as well because he knows that he's part of this corruption, which means that Mikotoba was somehow involved in this way back when. Curious to see how that works out. Neither of them have... And of course, what Mikotoba gets out of this is that the reason that he can't expose Strongheart, even though, like, on top of not having the power, is that it would jeopardize the new treaty between England and Japan. He can't, like, if this prominent guy, if this professor at the university is... Professor. No, I'm not about to stop suspecting Mikotoba of matters. No. If this professor at the university, this person who's involved in the law, is like, by the way, actually the Lord Chief Justice was involved in covering up a really big trial, like, that fucks up everything for the treaties. I think Judge Jigoku knows as well, but also can't say anything. Yeah, that makes sense. This makes sense. Okay, I'm gonna go over this one more time and then I'm gonna look back at chat. Sorry, I'm focusing so hard. Okay, so. 10 years ago, Barak Van Zeeks, his brother is killed by a serial killer known as the Professor. He's murdering people from high-profile families. Other families afflicted are the Baskervilles, and perhaps someone who... We haven't actually mentioned the Queen. No, we mentioned her once. The Baskervilles, someone else that Sholmes has been looking into when we meet him. Now, the murderer, the Professor, goes by A. Shin. Asogi's ancestor, however close that may be, is the person who defends him. His ancestor is also Van Zeek's best friend, and Van Zeek's is betrayed. He's hurt. He can't believe that his friend would defend this person who did such an awful thing. Maybe the Professor doesn't actually... The Professor gets a not guilty verdict. The Professor gets away with it, and this is how the Curse of the Reaper starts. Because the Professor gets a not guilty verdict somehow drew to Lord Strongheart. Now, Sholmes, Mikotoba, Gregson, Van Zeeks, they're all involved in this. Wilson as well. Wilson is killed because he knows too much. Was he threatening to expose? Hard to say. Josiah Brett. I wonder if she was somehow involved with A. Shin. Maybe working for a faction of his. Okay. Then, Kazuma, knowing about this great injustice that was done, goes there to solve this trial that his father wasn't able to. He knows that his father won the trial with forged evidence, perhaps evidence that wasn't, like, perhaps unintentionally, but wrong evidence nonetheless. So Kazuma goes to England under the guise of repairing the justice system, which he does believe needs to be done because he's seen that it can be corrupted. And his mission is to expose this. Now, I'm not sure why Strongheart would allow him to come, especially when he knows what his mission is, but perhaps he simply couldn't oppose it for long enough with pressure from people like Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku. Mikotoba aids him on this because he wants it exposed because it's bad, and Mikotoba is a moral man and he can't do anything about this. The same for Sholmes. For his safety, Asogi is then... His death is faked so that he will not be injured once he arrives in England, because perhaps Strongheart, using whatever he's using to maintain the Reaper's curse, would then take out Asogi when he arrived. So instead, Asogi is smuggled into England secretly and begins working with Van Zeeks. It's possible, and he can't say anything to Ryu, because if Ryu knows, I mean, God bless him, but he's a bit of an idiot, would he be able to maintain the ruse? Not like he's not stupid, he's just a lovable goofball. Okay. That's as far as I can think this through. This is what I'm going with for now. Alright, let me catch up with chat. Yeah, cool. Okie dokie. How long have we been going? Pog through the theorizing. 4 hours. Oh, it's 1 AM. Thank you for the headpats, Ramen! Aw, thank you! I'm using all of my brain juice. I don't have all the details. I don't know if I'm missing something really big still. I'm worried that I'm missing something really obvious. But I really think this is something. Okay, okay. So the thing is, I really want to finish this game before the convention this weekend, because people will come by your table and be like, oh my god, you like this thing? I love huge spoiler. It doesn't matter how like fast you try and get in front of them, if you put up a sign, they don't care. They will spoil it for you. I don't think I can finish it before the weekend, but the further through I am, the less damage they can do to me. So for that reason I want to keep playing, but also I should probably go to bed. It'll be the trial next. I guess I go to sleep. That makes me kind of sad. Okay, yeah. Let me have a little look through Twitch, see who's live. Thank you guys so much for bearing with me. Thank you for sitting through my theorizing. It's a lot of fun. Let's see. Who's live? It is fun? I'm glad. Okay. Oh, I do kind of really want to play the next trial. What if I do though? What if I do though? I don't have to be up early tomorrow. We can start the trial, and then we'll be far enough through the case that we can finish it in one go tomorrow, assuming it's not really, really, really long. We're doing it. I'm sorry. I want to play more. I'm just quiet since I'm playing Elden Ring at the same time. No proper sleep schedule. Let's go. Alright. I want to be around tomorrow. I got work. Ah. Maybe we take a break tomorrow. Alright, okay. Where are we? All I'm hoping is that I fix my sleep schedule for Supernova. I believe in you. The return of the great I mean, who else is that? The return of the great departed soul, our great friend. Am I delusional? How much copium am I inhaling right now? I actually hadn't considered Wilson. Ween! Hi. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? I fully see why you wanted to be here for this one. We've been going through it. Yeah, I'm feral. Sorry, we just ticked off the this board. I think I've cracked the case. No, I haven't cracked the case. I'm in denial. I'm sorry. I think it's him. No, it can't be him. But it does make sense, but it doesn't make sense. But it does make sense, but it doesn't make sense. Like, the logistics of it don't make sense, except that they do, but they don't. But they do! We didn't get answers about how he came back to life. It might not be that strychnine is a Juliet poison so much as it is that there is some kind of thing. I mean, why would Shamspeare have it? I don't know. I want it to be him. I want him to be okay. Ah. Yeah, okay. 23rd October, 8:52 AM, the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. I can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. And now here I am, back at the Old Bailey. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor Hairbrain. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts. I've never felt anything like it. It's crushing me. I feel it every time I'm here. That gravity. Wow, this is Britain's highest court. Are you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure? I think it's probably all in the mind. Ah, yes, what? You won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm counting on you in today's trial. Save my life. save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public. Oh wow, yeah, I completely forgot what we were here for. Shut up, I don't care about this case, I care about one that happened 10 years ago. Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. I have to establish that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail. What have we got? My commiserations, Mr. Naruhodo. You appear to have been lumbered with a most tiresome case here. Oh, it was... okay. Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect to see you here.
That was very mean, Runo, leaving me alone at home with Hurley. It took me at least an hour to wake him.
Is it... Are you... Sherlock Sholmes? Indeed, sir. I am he. Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, I've heard all about your exploits, even whilst living in Germany.
Yes. Rand's magazine is on sale in Germany, too.
This month's installment was sublime. Your deduction in the adventure of Silver Blaze was wonderful. Yes, a memorable case indeed. It concerned a snake, I seem to recall.
No, that was the speckled band.
Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. I'm sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. Oh. I have urgent business at Madame Tuspel's. You mean your waxwork job? No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services. Ah, so you're trying to get to the bottom of that ransom note, are you? A week's wages depend on it, as does the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give it my undivided attention. Oh, well, never mind then. I understand. Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description.
Then you must absolutely give it your full attention, Harley.
Quite, Iris, quite. But life is riddled with irony, you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for a pie. Yes, that Ace Attorney feeling of uncovering a case from the past whilst facing a case in the present that is only vaguely related and trying to care and solve the one while the other is so tantalizing. Yeah! It's like, okay, everybody shut up. I want to look at Van Zeke some more. It's okay, we'll get into this one. It only feels so incongruous because we just came off a bout of murderboard. Oh my god. Whew. Okay. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for pie.
Albert is a good boy though, I love you.
He seems cute. I think he's, a doggy shin. Yeah. Okay. You gotta go with something. Tony was on the same page as me, okay? It made me feel less deranged that we were both deranged together. I'm excited to check back in and see what she's been saying. I can't really theorize alongside her anymore since I've played an extra case, but I'm excited to read it. Okay. One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say. Oh yes, quite, definitely, absolutely, I totally understand. Is someone a little starstruck? What are you talking about? That was my way of validating. Oh, thank you, Cheeky. I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Hairbrain. Oh, why thank you. Before I depart, Mr. Naruhodo, a word in your ear, if you please. What's this about? You can whisper into my ear whenever you want. As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as this super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible.
But the professor said the demonstration was a success.
Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was.
I've read Professor Benny Brain's paper about it too, Runo, and I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically.
So he's completely barking up the wrong tree. But how could an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding, in fact succeed? That's contradictory. And it's that contradiction that will be at the heart of the trial, I've no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? Now, I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow.
See you later, Hallie!
I like his bow. Okay. So perhaps someone else had some grounds in faking this on his behalf. The victim himself was an investor. It could be that the victim was the one who faked it, while something else is what caused the explosion.
Well, it looks like you're in your own today, Runo, but chin up, you can do it.
Oh, what about you, Iris?
Oh no, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do.
I've got put in the pit and Tony's server for being too cursed earlier. I have to go look at that. I see.
It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is.
That sounds ominous. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way into the courtroom at once. We're on our way. Do we really not have a co-counsel now? Oh my fucking god, Ryu. We are holding hands, it's just the two of us. We've got chat. An experiment that the laws of science say can't possibly succeed, and a scientist who's convinced that it did. That's the riddle you have to unlock here, Ryunosuke. That's the key to this case. October, 9:10 AM. The Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Harebrain. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. I'm 6 months out of practice, and what's more, I'm without Susato-san today. Ugh. Is it just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? So, I must say I recollect the victim of this case all too well, Mr. Odi Asman. Mr. Asman was well known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities. It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord Van Zieks. The jury unanimously found him not guilty. Because every member of the jury had been bribed by the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom. I'm glad Zeeks has someone to give him chalices. You're just in time, Queen, really. But 2 days ago, on 21st October, Mr. Asman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it? If that is how your lordship would describe divine retribution. But the fact remains that Mr. Asman's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrain. Very well then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. The 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty. I'm most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord. A new person. To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly. It sends shivers down my spine. Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, boardroom trials, all are nothing more than performances. Four new people. Have we got a real jury for once? Any spurious scholar that defiles the reputation of science deserves to hang.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence, and settle on one. That's it, isn't it?
Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. Oh my god. 6 unique jurors. That's the police killer Automa lookalike. Again. Except for this one, I guess. He's as exhausted as ever, it seems. Define real jury because a child should probably not have been summoned, nor a police officer. That also feels like a conflict of... Maybe not. But yeah, the child for sure. Red flag. Now, as I'm sure you're all aware, the incident we are here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition, shortly after its opening. You know what? Oh, no, we'll wait. We'll wait. But the death toll could have been far worse. With the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators. Tragic turn of events, and as such, the eyes of London, no, of the whole world, will be on this trial. It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. Sherlock! Yes, sir! We have to be him, since he's not really here to keep us company. Thank you, Queen! Sir, your opening statement, please, Lord Van Zeeks. At the heart of this incident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in this world. One of science's latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advancement. The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. Good lord!
It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity,
And beam them instantly to another location, where they are subsequently reassembled. Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility? Well, I don't believe it, that's for sure.
disassembling people with electricity.
My goodness, how shocking! The whole idea is absurd. The hypothesis would never stand up to scrutiny. Sir, I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field? I am, and my word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock.
So this expert and Mr. Jones are in agreement.
It's impossible. What is the prosecution's view on the matter? The prosecution would assert that the accused's instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. What? What rot? Order! Order! Professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. Oh, honey, no. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Asman's life, in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. But this disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim.
Stretch! Thank you, Cheeky. Oh my gosh, and hydrate. I will. Big stretch. And big drink. Thank you.
It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. I try to aim for 1 stretch per hour. You were so diligent. You fell asleep, Keys. Aww. I'm glad you think so. What'd you miss? Why did you fall asleep? Thank you, Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution's stance is clear. But you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord. Like 3 hours ago? Yeah, okay, that explains a lot. The cape, beloved. Mwah. Mwah, mwah. A kiss for you, Van Zieks. Bailiff, show the first witnesses to the stand. Okay. Defendant and Gregson. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Get him, Queen. Yes, sir. Bias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration on the day in question, and in charge of the following investigation.
Thank you for the hydrate, Keys. I will drink.
Albert Harebrained, scientist. You were born in England, but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years. Correct? Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery. Which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition. And what you demonstrated was incredible, alright. An incredible explosion. But the science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked. But flair and drama, we love to see it. Everyone saw it, they must have done. Yes, there was a terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success. Well, that much is undeniable, as shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. Okay, so this is our victim. This was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it? Centerpiece of the exhibition, no less. That's right, my lord. Seems the victim ran straight into it. I see. Very well. Submit the photograph as evidence. Oh no, he was handsome! He was. Alright, photograph in the court record. Let's have a look at that. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. We don't even have anyone to examine things with! Misery. Okay, we've got chest wound, we've got broken fragments of glass, we've got his fancy little outfit. Yeah, okay. Let me move my little avatar, make sure nothing's hiding behind there. That is not the avatar. This is the avatar. She's in Japan! Misery, misery. Okay. As the court's heard, the victim of the incident was Mr. Odie Asman. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being. He was the man who financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself. I see. So to summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly. But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration? That's right, that must be it! My splendid machine. My poor splendid machine! You saw it yesterday, didn't you? Can't even examine the wreckage, thanks to the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What? The wreckage? The wreckage?! That being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate and malicious act? Extremely simply, my lord. I beg your pardon? Isn't that right, witness? What? Sorry, me? No, your neighbor. Yes, sir. It was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty. What? How can he possibly think that? Thank you, Inspector. I think we had better proceed to formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment to have been a front for murder. A front for murder. Corpse that went crashing through the crystal tower had a broken neck. I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake. But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp, right in the heart. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fella's the only one who could have done it. An extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart. Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge. The coroner says death would have been all but instant from a wound like that. You could say, in fact, and that the victim was killed twice by the accused. No, that couldn't be further from the truth. I have here the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team. The victim stood himself inside something called the birdcage, ready to be beamed instantly. To the second level of the crystal tower, about 25 yards away. The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in mid-air, from where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the crystal tower's large round window. My word! One assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower, then. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen, the machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident, a terrible accident! Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you. No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart. Murder weapon? What are you saying? This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like it entered into the court record. Your request is granted, counsel. Autopsy report, Pug. We got it. Let me at it. Stop murmuring, I need to read a report quickly. I was there in person, you know? Saw the whole ludicrous performance. The only other person on the stage with Mr. Asman was that disgraceful excuse for a scientist. I mean, really, by all accounts, it must have been him. Hard to think otherwise, really? Very well. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. I need to focus here. It's been a while. Okay, let's have a look at that autopsy report. Okay, Odie Esmond, male, 47, British. We have the name of the coroner for once. That's unusual. Courtney Safe. That's a fun name for a coroner. He died on the 21st of October at around 2:20 p.m. The cause of death was hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by a sharp implement. Additional observations of a broken vertebra, most likely resulting from impact after a sudden fall from considerable height. We have had coroner names before? Okay, I'm deranged. Never mind, sorry. Okay. Cool. Alright. Front for murder. Okay. Corpse that went crashing through the crystal tower had a broken neck? Yes. Made a minor miscalculation. Sure. Autopsy? This guy's dead, lol. Sometimes that's what they say, you know? Post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. I mean, surely that could have been an accident, unless we have a murder weapon? The victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fella's the only one who could have done it. Something could have pierced him as he fell, right? Okay. Wait, I feel like, did we get something else? Do we know what stabbed him? No. I don't think they said that, right? I feel like that could have been, I mean, he went through a glass tower. Those shards of glass are obviously too big, but he could have been stabbed by something else.
Hold it!
Another fatal injury, you say? That doesn't make any sense. I don't think I'd have to spell this out, but here we go. Just because there were 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, does it? You're right. Obviously at first, we thought the bloke had died due to his spine snapping in half as well. But you're saying that's not the case. You'll get your answer once I've finished my fish and chips, if you don't keep butting in every few seconds. But Gregson, they're infinite! You'll never finish your fish and chips. But we all know that's a bottomless bag. Thank you! The victim plummeted 30 feet into a glass tower. It would be reasonable to assume that that is a cause of death. Right, that's what we all thought. But it was a red herring, wasn't it? There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp. Do you know what that was? Real mystery of the infinite chips? Yeah! The defense knew nothing of this crucial information. The prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. Sarcastic and insincere? Thanks! So, what was the nature of this sharp object? Among the accused's tools that were in use at the demonstration, one is of particular interest. This. Yes, that would appear to be some kind of screwdriver, wouldn't it? There he is! My trusty little companion, Andrew! A for Andrew. A Shin. Andrew Shin. Andrew, of course. Do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all my tools. I've named them all, you know. One big happy family. Andrew Shin. Yeah, I cracked the case. I've got it. I know exactly who A Shin is. The professor? No! Andrew is my flat-headed screwdriver, of course. His brother, Michael, is a crosshead. Andrew Shin and Michael Asogi. Well, it would appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on his... Sorry. Well, it would appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on his shank. That's so cute, Queen. That makes me happy. That isn't... It's blood, beyond all reasonable doubt. No. My favorite Asian of them all, Hog. And that's not all. The long, sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound. When did the localization team join chat? Order! Order! The court will enter this friend of the defendant as evidence. Screwdriver has been entered, Hog. So one of Professor Hairbrain's tools is the murder weapon. That's Andrew. We don't even have anyone to talk to about this. Okay. This is blood. Mr. Asmund's, no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons.
I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill on the floor of the kinesis machine. Which could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. Details of the screwdriver have been updated in the court record. Ooh. Wait, I should make sure I didn't miss anything. I investigate something twice and I'm like, wow, I'm done. Nothing else to see. But yeah, okay, this looks pretty straightforward to me. Okay. Right. The victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fella's the only one who could have done it. Alright. What have we got? Corpse went crashing through the crystal tower, had a broken net. It was a mistake. Postmortem examination revealed a fatal wound. Okay, let me... The victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fella's the only one who could have done it. Why? What grounds do you have for saying that? You really need to ask. There were only 2 people on that public experimentation stage in front of the whole crowd. The victim, Mr. Odiasman, and the accused, Professor Hairbrain. And we know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive. That's right, I saw him with my own eyes. Furthermore, following the explosion in kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body. In other words, only someone else on stage with the victim could possibly have done it. Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Professor Hairbrain, you have some information that may be relevant here. Professor. Ah, sorry. I was just calculating the optimum coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body. And the witness stand is the best place for that? It seemed as though you might have something to say about Inspector Gregson's last remark. Ah. Yes, that's right, of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he? Yeah, that's right. Who else could have stabbed the victim, eh? I don't know, but there's no way that I could possibly have stabbed Mr. Asman, as you say. Eh? Explain, please, Professor. Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals with blood running continuous through their veins. I had heard. Then surely, you see, if I plunged something in the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath. No, a blood-swimming pool! Thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time. And yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood. Well, no, I suppose not. You see? Not one! True. I didn't see anything like that. Well done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument. Order. He pours a glass. Pray forgive the discourtesy if I savor a drop from my hallowed chalice to accompany my old friend's adducing. You just pour stuff between vial pretending to do science? Yeah. Sippy pours champ. Wait a minute. Let's do... We will make this throw and not throw. I'm going to start a prediction. Sippies for everyone! Thank you for the hydrate, queen. Okay. I figure throw and not throw is balanced because he throws the most, but not throw encompasses sip and crush. There we go.
Pray forgive the discourtesy if I savour a drop from my hallowed chalice to accompany my old friend's adducing. Here's to you, Albert. And I will wait to advance the dialogue until the prediction ends. I think he wouldn't do it to his friend. We'll see. Alright, I think that's all of them. Oh, you're too kind, Baroque. I'm really not a patch on you. Girl, it is. No, you're not. Didn't you guess throw keys? You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility. I have? A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound. Of course. Inspector, enlighten the court, please. You did. Got it. And the object is still there. Alright. Yes, sir. Where are they going with this? When you don't remove the knife. Very well. You will amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson. The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body while he was beamed through the air. But we know that it wasn't, and we made a note of that. A metal screwdriver that was found poking through the grill in the base of what remains of the kinesis machine.
Objection!
You say that while the weapon remains in the body. There's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal? Look, there was no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any heavy bleeding. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world. Yes, but about this screwdriver. The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves, on the experimentation stage. What? It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Ah, well, now you come to mention it, yes. Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? That you contravened the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Eh? No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. I was very clear he wasn't to touch a thing. Yes, that's true. This screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it? His salary. What are you getting at? If this tool had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have still been on the stage. We're getting him, Brady! Ah. That's right. It should have been beamed across the Crystal Tower, along with Mr. Eisman, and been found still lodged in the victim's chest. Ugh! Hehehe, get him, Ryu! Order! How do we explain this, Inspector? I don't... It looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. If the screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred, obviously that should have been beamed to the destination as well. This is a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, we're still basing arguments on the assumption that it actually did take place. Alright, Time to tighten the screws here. My lord, if the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Lord Van Zieks is stumped. Huh? Bro. Do you have something to say, witness? Yes, I knew it. It bears out. The equations hold. Mr. Naruhodo, don't worry! About what? Bro, we're on top of this. Don't fuck this up for us. Without delving into the details, there is no inconsistency. What? Even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Asman's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations. What? Bro, you fucked this up for us. Yeah, that one's deserved. I'll give you that, Van Zieks. Go ahead. It would seem your illusions have been shattered. Clearly, we should hear the accused's explanation. Or should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation? Just when I'd found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientists. Okay, we're getting to the truth. It's a good thing. It's fine, it's poggers. Very well. The defendant will testify again. Provide us with the scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold. In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord. Oh, but it's like, yeah, an execution for murder is fine as long as my science is accurate. He's right. Inconsistency explained. Scientists will science. To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states the kinesis cannot transport metal though, hence the metal weapon would have stayed put. Apollo like Justice? Apollo Justice Ace Attorney? That's the one. In other words, the point displayed by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all. Mr. Asman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together. He got the metal thingy on his clothes, right? Like his buttons? Yeah, you're right. These are pretty hefty metal. And his glasses and so on as well. So, the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is that based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis. In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency. And therefore, Professor Albert Harebrain could still have been the killer. My great hypothesis holds, you see. We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason. I was not addressing you, witness. Professor Harebrain. Yes? Whose side are you on here? I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist after all. Is he working for us, or against us? Very hard to tell. He's working for the truth, Ryu. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend. That's not what science is. This is true. Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay.
To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data. My hypothesis states the kinesis cannot transport metal, but we have seen that he has metal on his clothes.
Objection!
Professor Harebrained, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made. Is that right? Yes, that's right. Spot on. Exactly correct. In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. You can clearly see that Mr. Asman is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim. What? Metal? No! Metal can't- that's not- metal? No! We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome. It should also have predicted the metal rimmed spectacles would be found in the same place. Ah! My hypothesis! My hypothesis! Professor Harebrained, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed. Ah! Get him, Ryu. Good boy.
Order. Counsel, what is the implication of this?
If, on the day in question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis is sound. I proved it that day. The experiment was a success. The experiment was proof of all my work.
If I could say something here, in my capacity as a Fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, jury number 4? Go ahead. As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot abide. And that's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science.
What? Hey, great Scott! Are you suggesting my science is suspect?
It's just been disproved, hasn't it? In front of all of us. In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. I say the wreckage of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined.
No, but that machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis.
Zeeks is like, that's my friend, you bitch, how dare you be mean to his hypothesis while I try to get him put away for murder?
Zeeks is a complicated man and we love him for it. It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
What the devil is that blasted act all about, eh? Who made up such a daft rule?
I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor?
I mean, this is going very poorly. Surely we are about to go to a summation examination.
Objection!
Professor Harebrained has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so, what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public. He would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing.
The grant. He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. The government was foolish enough to have deemed the man's ridiculous notion plausible. He and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed. Conspirators?
What would be the value of such a grant? £10?
You're an order of magnitude out, madam. £500 a year.
Oh, wow! You could live handsome on that much for years.
The Society has noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently. Plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you.
No, I haven't deceived anyone, least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound, the science is sound, please, you must believe me!
Objection!
No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. which means that the experiment was a success. Baroque. And therefore, the only person who could possibly have committed this murder is the accused. How dare you say my friend— sorry. How dare you say my friend is a bad scientist? He's not. He is, however, a murderer. Ah, Baroque. Where is this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord Van Zieks? The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. New witnesses. What would be the nature of their involvement? They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition, who were occupying special seats. Eyewitnesses? Very well. The court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from eyewitnesses to the incident. The prosecution's stance is clear. This experiment was no pastiche. The accused killed the financier victim now on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Oh, yes? It's time for you to make your own stance clear. There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. If he's going to prosecute his friend for murder, he may as well protect his reputation as a scientist. Yes! That's the Van Zieks we know and love. Why does that leave me? You should take a short recess now. During which time, the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand. As you wish, my lord. Good. In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes. Okay. I think I will perhaps take this opportunity— oh look, we even get it to be continued. Extra perfect. I think I will take this opportunity to adjourn our court for the night. I feel like every time when I talk about when I stream next, I'm like, maybe I'll stream tomorrow, maybe I won't. Sorry for being so wishy-washy. I kind of want to read Prince, so maybe instead of a the Yakuten trial— what day is it tomorrow? Tomorrow Tuesday? Today is Tuesday, but it's nearly 2 a.m. So tomorrow is also Tuesday. Thank you for the stream. Have a good night. Thank you guys for hanging out. Okay, it's Tuesday, innit? Okay. I'll see if I can get a sketch done tomorrow, and maybe we'll stream art tomorrow night. And if I don't get my sketch done, we will not stream anything tomorrow night. But regardless, we will stream on Wednesday night. Alright. May I see the board? Yes. It's not very neat. I'm actually gonna— I'll probably update it as soon as I end stream. We are here. You know what? This is as good a time as any to recap my theory one last time. So, what have we got? The professor was killing people from high-profile families. This includes the Van Zieks and the Baskervilles. The professor is A Shin. A Shin was defended by someone Osogi, which is what Van Ziek considers to be this ultimate betrayal. It's that his friend would go on to defend the person who killed his brother. Now, something went wrong in the trial. I think perhaps even A Shin was acquitted, but then killed after the fact, perhaps in the Reaper's Curse, and that was the beginning of the Reaper's Curse. Or I guess that wouldn't be the beginning of the Reaper's Curse, since it's not like Van Zieks prosecuted that trial, but it would certainly be something. Anyway, I think that even if he wasn't acquitted, there was something deeply wrong with the trial, and Strongheart was the one behind it all, behind letting him get away. In which case, Sholmes and Mikotoba both know about this, and they want this exposed. Neither of them are in a position where they can expose Strongheart, which is why Kazuma had to be the one to do it, because he really wanted to go to put an end to this thing that started with his family. Now, in the end, it's not safe enough for Kazuma, and so he is— where did I go with this? It's so hard to think it all through. Alright, let's jump back. Gregson is the detective on the case. He is so loyal is how he gets away with talking about it, but everyone else on this list is dead. So that includes Wilson, who would have been the medical examiner. Now, I should play some music. Kazuma goes, he boards the ship to England. However, halfway there they fake his death so that he doesn't come under danger in Japan, because it could be that he would be in danger from Lord Strongheart. So they fake his death, and that's why Mikotoba says that he didn't die to the Japanese, because he didn't, and they want Kazuma to be able to come back and be able to resume his life at some point without, you know, everyone he's ever known being like, but I thought you were dead. Awesome. That part feels a little flimsy. All of the Kazuma stuff is really flimsy. It very much seems like he is now here. It can't be him. It can't be him. It's gotta be just some different, it's gotta be someone. Like, it's just someone else. Kazuma Osogi broke his neck on the SS Barrier and died. And he was not given a Juliet poison, and he was not smuggled off at Hong Kong, and he is not working with Lord Van Zieks. That would be deranged. That would be absolutely deranged. Except he is, though. I've got nothing. Anyway, yeah, this is the Murder Blood. My brain juice is working overtime today, I'm so sorry. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna think about this all day tomorrow. I'm not gonna think about anything else. Extremely deranged. Okay. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Let me have a look around, see who else is streaming tonight, see if we can find someone to raid. Let me open up Twitch. Who's live? Let's see. Love it when they throw a mysterious person into the mystery. I'm delusional, right? Like I am just on copium. There's no way. I mean, come on, what evidence do I even have? I've got nothing. I've got pure hope. I just really want it to be him. Delusional, I know the feeling. We can only pray. Okay, sorry, still just scrolling through Twitch. We've visited this person before, they do really cool pixel art. So let's go say hi to Nura-Kim. Okay, once again, thank you so much for hanging out. I hope that we can play again soon. It is always the best time getting to chat with all of you. Alright, love you guys, bye!